Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Keep back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is morning and afternoon as far as I'm concerned. So good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Great to see you again. I hope you're all having a great Sunday. And I'm grateful that you chose to spend some of it with me. Thank you for being here. Mama Bear said she might be able to be here. She can get certain things done. If not, you're stuck with me. Just me. So, hope y'all had a great night last night. Thank you for those of you that joined us for Weird, Creepy, Unexplained, and Scary Saturday night as we looked into La Llorona. It was interesting for sure. That was it was a nice break from the true crime stuff that we usually look at, and I appreciate you all for joining me. I hope you all had a great night and are having again and a most amazing start to your Sunday. Welcome to Sunday Brunch. Come on in and grab a seat, grab a cup of Joe, whatever it is. And let's get this thing moving here. I'm gonna wait a few minutes to get everybody here that will be here, and then we'll get moving. Who do we got in here with us this afternoon? Miss Alicia, welcome back to you. Miss Tandy's in the house. SRBBBB. Esther Hahn, welcome back to you. Miss Cassie's in the house. Mittens for Kittens, good to see ya. Miss Fizzy Cake coming on in and fizzing around in here. Good to see you again. Thank you for those of you that left the purple hearts in the chat in honor and memory of Wisdom Speaks. So she'll always be with us. Thank you for that. That means everything. Let's see here. I'm trying to check. Esther Hahn, great to see you. I think I said that. Miss Paula, always here. Thank you so much for joining us, Miss Paula. Adore your positivity, too. She's always positive, guys. Thank you so much for joining us, Paula. We appreciate you. Tomboy Charm in the house. Miss Christina, welcome back to you. Thank you for joining us. Let me check here. I think I got just about everybody. 28 peeps in the house. 15 likes. Thank you all so much for that. Let's see if we can make those match. If we can. Hold on here. Watched a pretty crazy movie this morning. Guys, please make sure to hit the like button when you come through the door. Share this out if you will. Please and thank you. Green Monster, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Miss Kaylee's in the house all the way from over the pond. Great to see you, Miss Kaylee. I hope you're doing well and feeling good today. Thank you for joining us. Brandy B, the OG. Welcome back, Miss Brandy. Again, thank you, guys. Scott Metalhead, welcome back, brother. Good to see you. Miss Karen's in the house today. Good to see you, Miss Karen. Again, thank you, guys, for those of you that are throwing them purple hearts in chat for wisdom. We appreciate that so very much. We always have a little bit of her in here with us, no matter what. Thank you, Christina. I'm glad you liked that. I wish we could have had you there with us last night, but either way, Mittens for Kittens, welcome back. I did say that already. I'm sorry. Bloody Mary. Oh, yeah, that's fun. Fun. Good. Let's see here. Hold on. Bloody Marys. I used to be one of my faves back in the day. Yeah, it feels like fall here in Ohio. Just saying, it's crazy. We need some more sun. That's what we need, some more sun. I gotta get a damn battery for this stupid mower so I can get my field cut in the back here and bale my hay. Good Lord. Yes, that's an understatement. Please don't pay attention to them. They're a little bit, well, on the weekends, guys, I get them checked out Fridays, and I have to take them back on Mondays to the asylum. So you have to bear with them. By Sundays, they're a little bit, strung out. So it happens. It happens. Just saying. Just saying. They're starting to wear down now. I'll have to get them back sometime later this afternoon. That way they can make dinner, and then they'll be able to go to bed. See? Captain Jenks, my brother, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, sir, for those hearts, too. I appreciate you, bro. Yes, they're out on weekend passes right now. Like I said, I got to get them back by late this afternoon. If I don't, they will not get their dinner, and then they'll really be angry. So, thank you, Miss Kaylee. God bless. Again, I hope you're all having a wonderful weekend. All you hard workers, I hope you're enjoying your days off. If you have them off, of course. Oh, I should have had my glasses on when I got that one. Yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. Ugh. That is chocolate peppermint something. It said cheesecake, so I thought maybe it would be just cheese. Ugh. I don't do the chocolate peppermint flavoring stuff. I don't like that. I'll drink it, though, because it's coffee. Yuck. I don't like peppermint coffee. I do not like that stuff. I feel like I'm drinking Christmas here. Not in coffee, SRB. I was cat sitting my brother's cat, and he ripped the shower curtain. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He doesn't like you. Well, damn. I'm sorry to hear that, Kaylee. Cats can definitely be a-holes. That's true. Uh-oh. Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead. Floozy Mama. Welcome back, dear. Yes. Memorial Day's tomorrow, guys. Officially time to jump into pool. Pools are open by that day. And officially kicks off summer for most people. So I hope you guys are all going to have a good... I should be here tomorrow still. Yeah, I don't... Peppermint coffee is not good at all. Yuck. Uh-oh. My brother's back from a stag do, huh? Oh, I bet he is. Yeah, those are fun. Good old stag parties. Yoy. You guys still call them stag over there, huh? That's why I love that. That's awesome, Kaylee. Bachelor party is what we call them here usually, but that's cool. I'm changing our names to the Dagburn Blue Crew, so you say it with enthusiasm. We'll see if that works for you, Tandy. We'll see. I already had to go around with these lovely mods of mine this morning, folks. Mark Stuman, hello, in our Discord. See, you got to join our Discord, folks, if you have not yet. There's a lot of fun going on in there. There's meme wars, and you get to hang out with these insane blue people here and have all sorts of fun. But it is always something going on in there. Always a good conversation. We're going to be doing more with it, too. I want to play some games and stuff in there, so hopefully it'll make it more fun for everybody. The mods, they're always in there doing something, I'll tell you that much. It's like a playpen in there, you know. They get in the playpen and they start wrestling around, doing their things, making their jokes and talking all through it. You have a great time in there, guys. So jump in there with them. Thank you, Mark. I'm glad you enjoyed that. If you did. See, you can tell they're starting to get tired and worn down. Once after this show, I'm gonna have to get him back, load up the bus, and take him back. Miss Charlotte's in the house. Welcome, Miss Charlotte. Thank you for joining us. And if anybody does want to jump into the Discord with us, guys, right there is how you do it. Send a little email off to our Brandy B at mama350 at AOL.com. Title it Discord link and leave your YouTube name so we know exactly who you are. And she'll get you in there ASAP. ASAP. I came in, dropped a dropped a like and ran out. I can't do. I understand, Fizzy. It's okay. It wasn't too bad. I don't think. I don't know. SRB was a little scared, but they got her through it. The curse of Lila Rona is actually kind of creepy. I can't lie. I'm just explaining you guys. That way people will understand. I see her avatar says, I'm an acquired taste. You don't like me, acquire some taste. Figure that one out, folks. See? Oh, Lord have mercy. These guys are something else. I'll tell you that much. So how's everybody today? Great, I hope. We got 43 peeps in here, 24 likes. We're going to be bouncing around through YouTube today, checking out some different things. What's new in the news, current events. Of course, we're going to check in on Jack and Lily Sullivan, see if there's anything that popped up on Idaho 4, anything else that's going on any of the other cases we covered. Crazy people in the news, dumb criminals. We got to look at some good Samaritans today to remind ourselves that there's still so much good out there in the world and good people. And then by the end of it, guys, we just need to leave here with some smiles on our face because that's all that matters to me. And that'll be the end. So, hell yeah. Congratulations, Miss Kaylee. I passed the first part of my forensic course on fingerprints. Hell yeah. We're going to have ourselves a forensic specialist in here, guys. That'll be awesome to have as part of this community. Congrats to you, Miss Kaylee. I'm proud of you. Good for you. That's awesome. Kent Kearney, welcome. Good to see you. Didn't expect to show on a beautiful day. Remember our fallen soldiers. Metal yellow. Amen to that one. Yes. Is today Memorial Day or is tomorrow Memorial Day? I thought it was tomorrow. Great job, Miss Kaylee, for sure. Tomorrow? I thought it was tomorrow. I wasn't sure. I'd like to double check. Absolutely, Miss Kaylee. We are all very proud of you. You keep pushing forward. You will get through this. And like I said, you'll be able to help us out with some of the stuff that we're looking into. That is so very awesome. Tomorrow. Yes, that's what I thought. That's an awesome avatar picture there, green-eyed. Come on in, grab a seat. I think we got everybody in here that'll probably be here. Let's get some things kicked off here. Let's see. Hang on here just in a minute. All right. Give me a minute here, everybody. Let me see. Where's it at? Where's it at? I think we're going to start off on what's going on. Any updates we can find on the Jack and Lily situation. Just give me one moment here to load it in. If it's going to load today. Let's see here. People have done some crazy stories on this case, guys, and there's no need for it. Some of the stuff I've seen is just, I don't understand people and why they, I mean, I get it, but it's sad. Hey, Meg, welcome. Good to see you. Charlotte, I did not. I don't believe. I did not. Isabel, welcome back. CZ in the house. We got two of our amazing teachers in here now, Miss Tandy and CZ. We need Miss Jody in here. My son on that plane, he got, now I have to sell because he passed. Oh my God. Green Eyed, I'm so sorry, hon. I'm so sorry. My deepest condolences. God bless. Well, that's an amazing picture. I'm sure you're proud. I'm so sorry, Green Eye. God bless. My deepest condolences. So sorry for your loss, dear. Well, I'm glad that you're here. You're able to be here with us, and you know, we can support you and know that you're not alone. That's horrible. I'm so sorry. You'll never be alone here with us, that's for sure. We're always going to have your back and always going to support you. Community is so good for that. What is this? I don't know about this one. I got a couple different things here, but let me see. Once again, RCMP has not put anything out, which is where I try to get most of the information because you know it's going to be factual. What's happening? King Christopher, welcome back, brother. Good to see you today. All right, hold on here. All right, guys, I think the first thing we're going to do is review Michelle After Dark. I've been following up with what she's doing in Jack and Lily's case. And see what we get from that. And then we'll move forward from there. So again, thank you, Michelle, for what you've been putting out on this. And let's see what happens here. Again, thank you all for joining us today. I appreciate you all so very much. That was too funny, Meg. Too funny. That was way too funny. And it happened. King Christopher, great to see you. Isabel, wonderful to have you back. Great to have you all here. 56 peeps in the house. Guys, make sure to hit that like button on the way through the door and share it out. Let everybody know what we're doing in here.
Today. So I did this search just before I went live. And I asked for news, Lily and Jack Sullivan missing, to Google. Everything from the past 24 hours. And there's nothing. Nothing. It's the first time in 3 weeks that there's been no new media. This is like media reports. And every day, CBC and CTV, they've been putting some, especially CBC, they've been putting some really interesting news pieces together. You know, they've had interviews with a neighbor, they've had interviews with an ex-dog handler, in the last few days. Interesting. Keeps the case alive, keeps people talking. But there comes a time, and maybe the time is now, when the mainstream media has nothing else to talk about. So the case dies, other than on social media. And with no new news coming at all from the police, from the family, and the only information coming from social media, I know by experience, after covering many cases, I know by experience that cases only stay alive in those circumstances by either drama or wild theories. And I'm not interested in either. So the cases that I've followed long term, let's say, for example, Summer Wells, almost 4 years that Summer Wells has been missing. In that first year, there was very little from the police. The TBI weren't giving us very much, but the parents were. The parents were giving people a lot to talk about, especially Don Wells, because he was on panels every single night, drunk. So there's plenty to talk about. So amidst all of that nonsense that Don Wells was putting out, he actually did the case a favour because it kept people talking about Summer. And yes, there was wild theories. Yes, there was a lot of silliness in that first year. However, for people like me who want to keep talking about the case, but won't descend into drama, then having people close to the case speaking out is the next best thing, because you can create content around that and keep Summer like front and center for the most part. Sebastian Rogers is another one that there's been very little information from the police. However, there's been plenty to talk about above and beyond the drama. That is until quite recently. I mean, Summer Wells, like once Don Wells stopped speaking, then that was it. There's very little to talk about. Occasionally, stuff comes up and I can make a video about it. And same with Sebastian. Like Sebastian's case has descended into an absolute circus, but amidst that, there is still things to talk about. This case, though, is now at that crossroads. Where does it go from here? Because it's a situation that has got a lot of attention on social media, a lot of attention on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and less so on Twitter. It's not really taken off that well on Twitter, but because it's big on TikTok and YouTube, then it's been creating a lot of attention. And what do you do as a content creator when there's no new news? What do you do as a creator? You can either descend into drama or you can descend into theories, speculation, etc. Theories and speculation are fine. I theorize, I speculate, but I like to keep things grounded in fact. So that's where we're at with the case. So it's a little bit of a crossroads. So now's a good time, while there's nothing going on, to recap and answer as many questions as I can. So that's why I'm here, just to let you know. Somebody, let's say, for example, took a dead body away in a vehicle and, drove them to a location that is somewhere maybe that no one's going to look. And they've wrapped that body up pretty well, so there's no leakage of bodily fluids or anything like that. There's no way that a human would ever know that that dead body has been transported in that vehicle. But a dog would know. A human remains trained dog would know. They're not perfect. They're absolutely not perfect. And there is a time that, if you murder someone and you transport them immediately, and
see, that's kind of partly where my mind has been for a while. I spoke with some of my mods here not too long ago, and I kind of put a theory out there based on what we know, okay, in this case. They've searched and searched three times now, this area around the property, on the property, and came with nothing. Not even a scrap, a piece of clothing, a foot, nothing. Nothing, guys. Just like Sebastian's case, there was nothing, which is crazy to me. Being a first responder and working in SAR for years, okay, search and rescue, you're gonna find something. Always gonna find something if they were there in that area. Okay, that's just a fact, guys. It's an absolute fact. Kids just don't go and disappear into thin air. It doesn't happen. People don't do that. Okay. People come up with this whole 411, this, that, everything else. I try to stick to reality and stay grounded. I'm not saying that that's not something that doesn't happen. So don't get me wrong, but it's not the stats, the statistics, and the odds that something like that's going to happen. It's just it's the odds are really low. Okay, so knowing that they've found nothing, knowing that the kids were reported missing on that Friday, 10 a.m. The last time there was any proof of life for them was that Tuesday when they got off the bus. The last time anybody else saw them besides the parents. I have issues with this. PKX, welcome. Good to see you today. Happy Sunday to you. That's the last time anybody saw them alive besides Malaya and Daniel. I have issues. I do. I've given it every other option. I've given the benefit of the doubt. I've looked here. I've looked there. I've watched multiple things with you guys. We all know. But there's something not right. Okay? There's something that is off on this, and there has been. So, I don't... Hey, Raquel. Good morning, dear. Good to see you. I don't trust this situation, to be honest with you. I haven't. I've had issues with the mom from the beginning. Just because the way she acts, and I could be wrong. That's we're human, guys. To err is human, so understand. But we did hear that they brought dogs in. Welcome in, Stitches. Good to see you. And the dogs followed a scent from the home to the driveway, somewhere in the midst of the driveway, and just stopped dead there. They were done. Nothing. So I started thinking, welcome, Summer Jade. Good to see you again in Stitches. Stitches says that last night a guy called into a show and said that he was part of a search crew and had spoken to Daniel. He said that Daniel was sweating and it wasn't that warm out, nor had he been searching. Could be he was on something. I don't like to make that type of a thing, but that does make people sweat. Could just be that he sweats a lot. Who knows? We don't know. We weren't there, so we don't know. So to make an assumption based on that, you gotta kind of waver that a little bit. But anyway, my thought with this situation, guys, is because of the way the dogs, because they found nothing, because there's no trace of these kids anywhere, and they found nothing, and the dog stopped in the middle of the driveway like that. I feel like those kids were taken out of there in a vehicle. Okay, I don't, live or dead, I don't know, but I feel that like that's what happened. They were taken out of there in a vehicle, and it could be two Stitches. That's a good point. Very good point. So at that point, I don't know. But that's my thought. I feel like they were taken out of there in a vehicle and taken somewhere else. Where? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I'd like to know. But that's the only thing that makes any sense to me at this point, truly, with this. Also, I did question. We heard from both the parents in the very beginning. One time did we heard from Alea. And also, hey, Cap. And yes, Chris Watts' dog stopped at the driveway. Good point. Kaylee says, I agree. That's true too, Christopher. Very true. But it could be anything, guys. It could be anything. Thank you, Kaylee. But mother said that she had the instinct to go call 911. Daniel states that he got into his vehicle and started driving away from the home down all these dirt roads, back in the woods, all these areas, looking in culverts and ditches and stuff like that. She went and called 911. Well, here's the thing. She had to leave the house to go call 911. There's no service out there for nothing. The first responders and law enforcement, whatever, their radios don't even work out there. That's how bad this area is rural wise. And there's just no service for anything. There's no towers, no anything out there. So phone don't work out there either. Very bad service. They couldn't transfer pictures, guys. None of that kind of stuff. So she had to leave to go make a phone call. And that's probably normal to them. That's fine. But how far did she have to go to make her call? You know? Did anybody see her? How long was she gone? What time exactly did she leave? What time did she come back? I'm curious about all those things for reasons. I am. I'm not going to say it as of yet because, we don't have any kind of proof. Law enforcement, major case, they have said nothing. But I have questions about that. Okay? In that situation. So I'm just going to put that out there and leave that there for you guys to kind of dangle with it. Okay? Dance around with that a little bit and see what you think. And just remember, like I said, she had to leave that area and get to a point to make that phone call. Daniel was off going in other directions. They were paying no attention to each other. So there's that. I'd also like to know what Daniel and Milena did Thursday, Wednesday, and Tuesday night. Okay, I'd like to know what went on in that household and with those other days. From the moment the kids got off the bus until that time that call was made into 911, I'd like to know exactly what they were doing. Because I think that would tell a little bit of the story, truly. Yes. Agreed, SRB. Occam's razor, the only thing that makes any sense at this point is that they left in a vehicle at some point. I got to agree. But they had Facebook with no service. Is that weird? Well, did they though? Were they able to? I don't know. Internet. I don't know. That is a strange. That's a good point, Karen. That's a good point. I don't know. Something's definitely off here. Very off. Possibly that's why RCMP are reportedly looking for trail cams up to 5 days. Yes. Good point, Stitches. That's what I'm getting at, guys. Something's not right. Something happened, I think. So, yeah, definitely have satellite phone would be a good idea. Taylor, hi, welcome. Good to see you. Keep in mind with Baby Q's case, we know whatever her boyfriend's name was, he left right after, and we all blamed him. I didn't. I never did. I didn't think Danny was involved. But, or look at the girl in Texas who was living with stepmom. Okay. I know what you're talking about. Thank you for joining us today, Miss Taylor. I don't know. There's something off, guys. Something definitely off. Point. It's RB. No, I understand. And that's a good point. Like a lot of the it's good. I understand comparing to certain cases, but everybody thinks differently. Everybody has different circumstances. So it could be, could not be. It's another theory, possibility. Sorry. Demon Dog, welcome. Good to see you, bud. I believe they left the property in a vehicle, but they were But see, that's what I don't think they were, Demon. I think when they left that they had already passed, possibly. And that's my issue. My biggest issue. So, but I don't know. It's a thought. I don't know for sure, but good point, Demon. All right, on we go.
Your journey isn't longer than a few hours, then there's not going to be enough decomp scent for even a dog to pick up. So you have to bear that in mind. But I really was very surprised. So I looked it up. I looked up the number of dogs that the RCMP have. And it's 12. 12 for the whole of Canada. The whole of Canada. And Canada's huge. Why do they only have 12 cadaver dogs in the whole of Canada? Now, the first human remains dog, let me just get this up because I do have an article about this.
Now, something she stated here is if, say, for instance, they did leave in a vehicle, they were deceased, and it was very quickly done after they passed. They wrapped them in blankets. They're very small, and put them in the trunk of the car. I hate talking about it like this because it's just so disheartening. And then off they go. That's going to cover a bit of a scent, but they're still going to pick something up. Cadaver dogs would pick something up, I believe, depending on how soon it was before the kids were taken out of there, if they were deceased. Now, they could have still been taken out of there alive too. That's another thing. But I'm just saying, if they were deceased when they left, cadaver dogs will pick something up at some point, but the decomp has to kick in. And it does start immediately, but there's not enough of it. Depending, like if it happened right now, and you grab them and off you go, there's a chance they may not pick that scent up. Okay, just saying, but it's a small chance because they're pretty good. Those dogs are pretty good. But it's just a thought. I just wanted to make sure that that's known. Hey, chick. Good to see you. Miss Elizabeth, welcome. Good to have you here. Hope you're all having a great day, guys. 62 peeps in the house. Guys, please make sure to hit that like button on your way in so we can get this in that algorithm somehow.
Okay. All right. So the very first, there's a picture of him. There he is. That's the very first cadaver dog that the RCMP employed. His name was Doc, and he was actually in Nova Scotia. German Shepherd called, a black German Shepherd called Doc. He was in Nova Scotia. Now that's 2016. So he's already an adult dog, clearly. And dogs live between 10 to 15 years. Like small breed dogs live longer. German Shepherds average 10 to 12 years. 12 years, 13 years if you're lucky. So the chances of Doc still work.
By the way, Mittens, I saw your statement up there. Don't worry about that. Okay? It's understood. You don't have to worry about apologizing or anything. You were fine. Things are understood. I'm glad you're here. No worries.
Working are probably next to zero because police dogs retire. You know, once they start getting a little bit old and a little bit doddery, they retire them. So the chances of Doc still working is probably zero. So does that mean that the one and only cadaver dog in Nova Scotia is no longer working? Did they replace him? Is my question. I don't know the answer to that. So they had one in Nova Scotia, but no doc's either old or dead. Did they replace him? I don't know the answer to that. But this is an interesting article anyway, because it's on about cadaver dogs and why there's so few of them. So after the RCMP's December 2020 search of a property for a missing person called Lisa, they said there's new technology was used. New technology. This is how behind the RCMP are. Sorry, you guys in Canada, your police service is behind. It's behind the times. They said new technology was used, including a police dog and groin penetrating radar. Right, I'm sorry, police dogs are not new technology. Ground penetrating radar's not new. It's got better over the last few years. I mean, it's way better than it used to be, but it's not new technology. But the fact that they said that there was a police dog that's new technology, no, come on now. So anyway, this is a little bit about police dogs. RCMP police dogs, formerly known as police service dogs, are all German shepherds bred internally by the RCMP from one of 18 bitches, and that's a female dog, YouTube, if you want to start censoring me for swear words, in Saskatchewan. Training takes place at RCMP's police dog service training. Training of a cadaver dog can take years. It doesn't take years. Where we got that from? I mean, obviously, to be really, really, really good, right, the dog's got to practice loads. So if you include that, practice, then fair enough. There are not many cadaver dogs in Canada. The first was Doc in Nova Scotia, who in 2016 completed training by the use of actual human tissue. Doc, who also has training and experience in locating explosives, was, as of 2016, the RCMP's first and only cadaver dog trained to help with older missing persons cases, and was currently working with RCMP across Atlantic Canada. Now, Doc obviously was successful, so they decided to get 11 more. And as of June 2023, there's a total of 12 cadaver dogs in Canada. So is there still 12? Is there more now? I don't know. And that's the only statistic I can find. So if the lead investigator of a file, in consultation with the police dog services, determine a human remains detection dog is required, efforts will be made to assist regardless of the geographic location. The Department of Justice and Public Safety decides when and if to send the human remains team in response to a police request. So have cadaver dogs been used in Lily and Jack's case? If they're not used as a matter of like routine during routine investigations, then maybe they haven't. And we don't know, because the only time the police have spoken about dogs, particularly cadaver dogs, was on May.
What's up, Tech Desk? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a good day.
The 7th, when they said that cadaver dogs hadn't been used, but I was kind of hoping that they would have been by now. We know they've been back to the property. We know they've searched the property again since May 7th. So maybe they've now used cadaver dogs. I'd like to see cadaver dogs used on the property, on the vehicles. They're not very good at long distance. You have to be very close to where the body was either deposited or at least was there for several hours. You can't send a dog out to track a dead body. You can't do that. You have to be in fairly close proximity to them. So good question to kick us off. All right, moving along.
Yeah, I was thinking that possibly too. Maybe the kids got into something that was there accidentally, and the parents woke up to this and panicked, and or one of them did. That's a good possibility too. I don't think anything was done on purpose. That's not in my thought pattern right now, but an accident, very possibly. And people panic, they don't know what to do, scared, and off they go. So we don't know.
Moving along. All right. Yeah, so do I. I check like several times a day to see if there's anything new. Hello, Lisa Mason, Kenneth from New Brunswick. Downloaded with love. Hello again. Professor in mathematics and science. That cracks me up, that does. Hello, Tracker. Alex. Television Gear 5K reward. Interesting. Did he? That's good. That's generous of him. However, how often do you know rewards to work? They don't work very often. In a case, let's say, for example, no one knows, like genuinely no one knows anything other than the person or persons who committed the crime. If indeed a crime has been committed, we don't even know whether a crime's been committed in this case. If only the perp knows and no one else, then no one's going to come forward with information, are they? So it's generous, though. Hello, Belinda from Cairns, Australia. The whole situation with these children being missing is concerning. I know. Hello, S. Angie, baby. Windy weather. Good morning for the second time today, Natty lady. I'm looking for questions. The case gets more and more troubling. The case has always been troubling. This case has always been troubling. I've had a bad feeling about this right from the jump. And I can't quite put my finger on why. I think one of the reasons is that the dogs didn't get a track at all, other than on the driveway. Now, whether they got a track and we just haven't been told, that could be possible. But that concerns me. If they'd wandered off into the woods and they got those dogs on the ground within 24 hours, there absolutely should have been a track for dogs to follow. Doesn't necessarily mean that they would locate them, but there would be tracks because of the nature of woods hold scent to the ground. Like, well, the only way I think there would be no track would be if, and this is assuming there's no crime, this is assuming that the wandering off scenario is factual, would be if they went down the road, if they walked down the road, because scent dissipates on artificial surfaces pretty quickly. It all depends on wind direction as well. So it's possible that there could be a track and it be factually correct that they did wander off, but it does trouble me. The other thing that troubles me, once I heard the dispatch audio, the fact that they said on the dispatch audio that they were last seen at 8 a.m, that puts the parents' timeline in massive jeopardy. So either the dispatch got it wrong for whatever reason. Don't know why the dispatch would say 8 a.m. if at least somebody hadn't been told 8 a.m. But what the parents said is that they didn't hear them for about 20 minutes and then they immediately started.
Actually, Demon, yeah. It does happen often, believe it or not. More now, it's weird. More now than when I first got into fire service. Because of drugs is a big one. People are careless, they leave things lay around, kids see it, it looks like candy, or they want to play and it's over, when I first got into it, they were getting into chemicals and things like that was more common. But with the drug situation, it has become a really serious problem. Fentanyl and the big C, CR, or the crack thing, that was a problem. Marijuana. Quite a few times I've come upon things like that. And it does happen. It's very sad. What happens is that the parents are doing what they're doing, and then they become overtaken by what they've done, and they don't think to put things away. Kids wake up or get up, or start grabbing and touching things, get into things, and it happens. It happens. So yeah, it does happen, Demon. It's a good question. It's sad. It's very angering to see it happen too. You got to hold yourself together and keep your composure when you come upon something like that, because just you can't do something, but you want to. Stitches said Daniel stated that he did all that searching in 10 minutes, up and down dirt roads, culverts, and waist deep water. And you know what? That waist deep water comment bothers me a little bit. I've never looked at Daniel in a weird way. I've always been out of the two, he's always been the one that I felt was being more genuine, but people can manipulate, folks. Remember that. Welcome, Alex. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. So you don't know, but the waist deep water comment really bothered me. And I just wondered, is there a reason why you were in waist deep water? And does that have something to do with this possibly? I just wondered. You think about things from every angle you can, but why are you in water like that? Where is that? Is it accessible to them? What were you doing? Why would you think they would be there? Things like that. Those questions came to mind, and I was just interested in that. But yeah, to do all of that in 10 minutes is definitely a bit of a stretch for me. That's a lot in 10 minutes. Did it really happen? I don't know. He says it did. So I guess we're just supposed to take his word. And I'm sure that's why Major Case is they're probably looking at both parents, in my opinion. Welcome, Moonlit. Good to see you today. They're definitely probably looking at both parents and other options as well. But I don't know. I've had a lot of people that believe that the law enforcement's looking at him and not her, looking at her and not him, looking at them both. I think they're looking at them both. Okay. Stitches says, I think both parents know. Mom looks like she went downhill from earlier. Oh, yeah, definitely. I agree. Well, they both look like they've gone downhill. We looked at early pictures they've only been together 3 years, and we looked at their earlier pictures of them being together. They look refreshed and happy and healthy and young. 3 years later, they don't. So, you know what I mean? Is that 10 minutes? Moscow time, Clifton said. That's funny. And that's true, too. Postpartum, that's a problem. She has 2 kids that are 4 and 6, and they just had a baby. Things happen, that's a big deal, folks. It really does happen, and it causes lots of problems sometimes. So who knows? Maybe he wasn't a very helpful guy, and she was doing it all on her own with the baby. Plus, if you got the postpartum stuff going on, it's going to make it worse. That could explain one of the reasons why they were a little strained and she was so easy to leave. Who knows? Who knows, guys? There's a lot of angles to look at, but all these things can happen. Right, Karen. Just saying. But I had a very bad gut feeling from the first day we covered this. I felt very highly uncomfortable with it. As soon as we watched the interviews, I was immediately uncomfortable, completely uncomfortable with the mother. He seemed a little overzealous to me, and I don't trust that. But out of the both of them, I trusted him more. But in a situation like this, I don't trust either one of them until they prove the things that we may think are going on or could happen are not true. That's kind of just how I am with that situation. I'm sorry, but in my opinion, no way did everything play out like the parents say. So take away the lies, and the only thing left is the truth. Parents aren't looking good. No, I agree, Demon. You are absolutely right. I absolutely agree. That's why I said I've never taken those parents off the table, just like with Sebastian's case. Never. They can clear them all they want. I have not taken any of them off the table within something, you know what I mean? Summer Wells case, I have a trust issue with her parents. Not saying they did something, I have issues. Green-eyed, we're rest of family. I don't know what you mean, dear. Did I miss something up here? Hold on. Oh, where's the rest of the family? But she's off. She took off with her mother, and they're somewhere else. Daniel's mother and brother live on the property with him. So, and that's another problem I have, you guys, is we have 2 other adults that were on this property, supposedly. How do they, what do or don't they know? I'd have to imagine they would know something if there was something nefarious that happened, but do they? Was it hidden from them if that happened? And here's the other thing. Did they not see what happened? If the kids were outside, how did they not see this? And I know something SRB made a statement a while back, and I had to agree with her because that was my biggest issue from the beginning. The timeline that they gave from when they heard these kids and then didn't hear them and then got up and went looking for them, there's no way in hell that those 2 little kids took off and got to a point where they couldn't be found in a short, 20-minute period of time? No way. That's never been believed. And at least on my side, I've never believed it because it doesn't make sense. Kids can't move that fast. They can't get that far away in that short period of time. There's no way to where they're untouchable and unfindable. No, that's bullshit. I'm sorry. It always has been. The more adults there are, the less they see. It's a good point. Seems that way, Clifton. But yeah. Oh, you're okay, Karen. Don't worry about it, dear. Don't worry about it. I'll figure it out.
Looking for them. So did they really wait 2 hours to call 911? So there's various reasons why it troubles me, but those are the 2 main ones at the moment. Let's have a look. Looking for questions. Looking for questions. We're waiting for a live stream on this case. Yeah. It's good to do live streams to answer questions if people have questions. So I'm continuing down the chat. Oh, thank you, Code Grey, for the $10. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. Very kind. What do I think happened to them? As I've said in a number of videos now, I don't have one strong theory. And that's unusual for me. Usually, within a week, I have a number 1 theory. Now, that doesn't mean to say that I won't change my mind as new information comes in. Like with the Summer Wells case, I've changed my mind backwards and forwards several times over the last 4 years. But I generally have a theory. In this case, I don't. I think either they did wander off, and what the parents are saying is accurate, except maybe they lied about the amount of time they were missing, that they were actually missing a lot longer before they reported them. Or there's foul play. And I think that foul play would be by someone close to the children. I don't believe they've been abducted by a stranger. If they've been abducted, I believe it would be somebody known to the family. But I don't believe they've been abducted by a stranger, simply because of the location. That it's very rural, and if the children really were playing in the backyard, no one would know they were in the backyard. No one would know. Like anybody passing by on the road, no one would know the kids were there. So I don't think they've been abducted by a stranger. I think it would be, look, anything's possible, but totally improbable. So either they did wander away, and the parents have been somewhat deceptive in that they were gone a lot longer than they've said, or there's foul play involved, and the wandering away story is made up. I can't decide what my number 1 theory is, though. That's another thing, is the school. Is it a total coincidence that they were off school Thursday, Friday? Is that a total coincidence? The school was out on Wednesday anyway. And is it a complete coincidence that Lily was off?
That's another problem I have, you guys, is like I said, they got off the school bus Tuesday afternoon, came home, last sign of life. Didn't have school Wednesday. It was closed for whatever reason. They were called off of school Thursday because Lily had a cough. Jack could have went, but no. So they were called off, and then Friday they had no school. I don't know. Every way you look at this, in my opinion, every direction you go, it comes full circle back to the parents. It just seems to. Okay, I hate to say that, but that's truly what I'm seeing. Understood, Tech Deck. No worries, bud. It's a newer case. It's only been about 3 weeks. Well, here's the thing, Demon. If that happened, it happened way before they said it did. Did the kids decide that was the day they were going to go into the woods by themselves? Doubt it. Parents know their children's behavior at that age. They were basically babies. Basically, yes. I absolutely agree that if somebody took them, yes, and I agree with Michelle as well, they knew who it was. It was somebody close to them. That's absolute fact, in my opinion, and you couldn't change my mind on that no matter what, Green-Eyed. So, yeah, I agree with you on that, and Michelle. It does, Clifton. It keeps coming back to the parents, 100%. You can take it as far away from the parents as you want. At some point, it's going to come back to them because it doesn't make any sense. And that's why my basis for what I think is that they had to have been taken out of there in some form of a vehicle at some point. And when they were, I don't think they were alive. That's just my opinion, guys. What happened? I don't know. Maybe a horrible accident. Okay. And somebody got scared and worried for themselves. Panicked and did the thing you shouldn't do. Instead of calling police or an ambulance or whatever. You know, and that's another thing, guys, is because they're so far out. Calling an ambulance or something, who knows? The turnaround time on that could have been so long that maybe, you know, they thought it would have been too late. Something bad ended up happening, and so they dealt with it themselves, and now they're covering it up. I don't know. It's a theory. That's all. I always hope against something that awful, but the truth hurts devastatingly sometimes, and that's a very true fact, Clifton. Very true fact. Officials in the house. What's happening? It's hard to choose one specific thing, Raquel, because there's not. It's not an evidential. It's not evident. You know, the flags are there for sure. But nothing seems too evident. So that's why it's so hard. I agree with you. It's very hard, Raquel. You know, and you don't want, I think we as people always want to give people the benefit of the doubt in our hearts and say, no, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't. But we know this, you guys. We know what people do. We know how people think nowadays. We know how people make bad decisions. We see it all the time. It's horrible. It's not their fault how they come into this world. I thank God that you had to find your cat and dog. You know me, but wait, what? It's not their fault how they come into this world. And thank God you have to find your cat and dog, you know. Okay. Something's definitely off. You can't, no. And it's another thing too, Cap. Abducting one child, I can see that, okay? It would be easy in some senses, especially considering these two. And see, that's another problem I have before I go any further with that, is these two, from the beginning, I believe, were trying to, in some way, lead into the fact that abduction is definitely something that could have happened, which it is, okay? But they pushed that. The abduction thing. And I wonder if it's because they wanted to plant that in everybody's heads that they could have been abducted. We think they were abducted. This is what I think happened, blah, 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 to draw attention away from another situation. I truly think that that's a possibility here by the way that they've done it. But yeah, taking 2 kids. I can't imagine, because one's going to be screaming and yelling for the other one. Somebody would have seen or heard something possibly. Now, she did say, though, and they made sure to say, and I think it's to play out the whole abduction narrative, they'll go to anybody. Just offer them some food and water, which was a strange comment, and candy. They're very talkative. They're trusting. They go to people, so on and so forth. I think that was put out there purposely to help to play into the abduction narrative. That's just an opinion I have, okay? Truly, that's how that felt to me. Still does. Can anyone give me a motive? I can't, Demon. I can't. That's why I feel like it's an accident. If it happened, it's an accident. I don't believe anything was done on purpose, but I mean, and I could be wrong, but I think it was an accident. I also think that the baby, the 16 or 18-month-old baby, had the focus of attention for the most part. And I see that's the thing. If both of them then maybe got lost together, but that's so hard for me to believe that they got away that far away and nobody could find them. Nobody found a thing, Raquel, and they searched that property 3 times. Multiple people, helicopters, drones, everything. No way. Nope. No way. I'm sorry, but there's no way nobody saw. That point's been made before, Green Eye, because the little girl screams. They claim, or the mother claims, that they were autistic in some ways, but it's undiagnosed, so I don't know that I believe that. They're just kids to me, act like kids. The little girl was probably excited because they were singing to the little boy in that party video, and she screamed, or she is autistic and it was a trigger for her. Who knows? But I didn't see that. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe they are. I just don't like when people throw that out there as an excuse all the time for things. It bugs me a little bit. There are a lot of autistic children. That's true. But some people have thrown that in as an excuse to cover up other things that they do. And I don't care for that. I'm not saying they did that here, but I just want to make sure that's not what happened. Thank you, SRB. Agreed, Demon. Agreed. Wholeheartedly agreed. There's nothing in those woods or surrounding areas that shows that those kids were there. That's the problem I have with that. I even thought about predatory animals maybe grabbing them, but 2 of them, one of them is going to scream and run. They can't grab them both at the same time, an animal, you know what I mean? So that didn't make sense. I don't know. Yes, that's where I'm kind of at with this, Tandy, mostly. It won't let that thought won't leave my head. An accident and fear. Fear comes into play. I don't know if they had any issues with like the CSB board before. I'm sure there could be something found on that. We don't know. But if they did, think about that. If they had an open case before, maybe either one of them, or because he has 2 other children himself from another situation. But if they had an open case at one time, or they were ever looked into at one time and something happened, the first thing will kick in is, oh my God, CSB is going to be here. What do we do? And fear. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's another point too that I've been thinking about. Thank you, SRB. Yeah, that was another thing I said too, Karen, is I hope they did check any local fire pits. That's a big thing. I know that for a fact because I've dealt with those situations personally. Truly. And it's a sad, scary thing, but it happens. People do that all the time. It's very disgusting, but it happens. So that's a great point, Karen. Thank you again, SRB, guys. Make sure to hop over and click Mama Bear's channel if you have not yet done it. There's the link there. Whether she's here or not, we still need to get her channel growing as much as we can and support it like we can in any way. So please and thank you. And thank you, SRB, for that. Yeah, I don't believe there was an abduction, guys. I just don't. And that's, I agree with Michelle on that. It's the area. The area is such a rural place. Now, there was a failed abduction that happened in April, granted, but we don't know the details on that. That's all we know. So that doesn't, but still, again, with one child, sure, I can see that, but two, I struggle. I really do struggle. Big time. Adam Walsh, yeah. I know what you're talking about there. Yeah, that was the point, Chris. That there would be blood or scraps of clothing or something there as a clue to show you that that happened, and there's nothing. They found nothing. No, I get it, Clifton. I get it.
Off with a cough, so therefore both of them were off Thursday, Friday. So the last time they were in school, according to the bus driver, was Tuesday. He dropped them off on Tuesday. So is it really the case that the last person to see them outside?
No, that's not rude, Demon. It's a fact. Not trying to be rude, but if it's an accident, why not just tell the truth? Do a few years. Even you may not even have to do time, depending on how the accident was. But see, everybody thinks in the worst mode possible all the time, and maybe figured not everybody's that commonsensical. There's my made-up word again. But you know, not everybody uses common sense when things happen and they panic automatically. Fear kicks out, and then they do stupid shit. But that's not rude at all. That's an absolute question, Demon. I've asked many a time. So that's a whole Dior Kuhn's story that drives me nuts to this day. It's another one I covered before I was even out here with my own notebooks and my own time. I just covered that case like crazy because that Dior is such a beautiful little guy. And I'm still irritated because I think I know that, not that I know, but I feel like there's things that have been hidden in that one, and there's a lot of lies in Dior's case, and I'm not comfortable with that at all. Not comfortable at all. I even question if he was ever even at that campsite. I'll tell you that much, guys, for as much as I looked into it. Dude, you know how many people just for a simple overdose like just went out of the way to like, yeah, it happens all the time. Official, it does. It's crazy. And other witnesses, and who's that kiss my butt chick? She's a cop for the logo. Oh, I know what you're talking about, but I can't think either.
Of the family was the bus driver on Tuesday afternoon. That's concerning. We don't know. Maybe there are members, people outside of the immediate family who did see them, who were able to confirm to the RCMP that they saw them on Thursday night or something like that. If so, great. But as far as we know, the public, they could have been missing since Tuesday night, and no one would have known. So if I follow that thought process, though, I then think, well, okay, if something happened to them Tuesday night or Wednesday, why would they wait till Friday to report them missing? And you might say, well, it's to give them enough time to, get rid of the evidence. That could be true. But why Friday morning? What was it about that particular morning that inspired them to call then? Why not wait another day? Why not wait another 2 days? Why then? So I don't know. The school thing is worrying, though. I think the RCMP released a statement. What, today? They've released a statement today? They released a new statement today, have they really? Are you sure? Let's have a look. I'm not seeing a new statement. Not seeing a new statement. So the statement that they made last was regarding the search, regarding last weekend's search. They released a statement then. But I'm not seeing one from today, like a new one from today. Let me know if I'm missing it. It is. I mean, it's just human nature to speculate. There's nothing wrong with speculation. Like, look, the police in putting together a theory of a case are speculating. But the art form of speculation is that you don't stray too far away from the facts, that your speculations or your theory has to involve the facts we know. You can't have a theory that doesn't incorporate the facts we know. You can add to your theory or you can refute your theory as new information becomes available, but your starting point is with the facts we know. That's where a lot of people go wrong, because they start speculating on something that cannot possibly have happened, and that drives me insane. Hold on. May 25th is International Missing Children's Day. Over the past 3 weeks, several agencies have participated in ground and air searches in Lansdowne Station as part of the ongoing investigation into the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan. The Nova Scotia RCMP thanks the hundreds of volunteers who've scoured the area for the two children. As RCMP officers continue to assess and follow up on all aspects of this missing persons file, investigators thank the many Nova Scotians who've contacted police with tips. Anyone with information who hasn't yet spoken to officers is asked to call Pictou County District RCMP at 902-485-4333, or to remain anonymous, contact Nova Scotia Crime Stoppers toll free at 1-800-222-TIPS, which is 8477. So it's for International Missing Children's Day, but they've just reminded people that they are.
Yeah, that was the newest statement put out. Nothing new, like I said. When I looked it up, that's what I found too. So
Are still missing, so that's the update.
Oh, the Megan Boswell situation. Yeah, we covered that trial over the winter, I'm sorry. And another very bad, very sad one. That one makes me very angry of how that was handled. Just like Quentin Simon. Very angry.
So it's not an update as in an update on the search or anything like that. All right, I'm looking for final questions, and I know I'm far back in the chat. So if you've been asking a question in the last half hour, then I'm not going to get to it because I'm so far behind. As I always end up with these Q&As that I do, I always end up way behind. Do you think Daniel was asked to stop speaking to the media because he was making himself look suspicious? Maybe he's realised himself that he was making himself look suspicious. Like, the police will advise you not to talk to the media. They will. I know some people say they don't, but they kind of do. They don't try to stop you, but they do prefer it if you don't. Unless, I think what they do like is when you're talking a lot, because they can use that. Maybe Daniel realizes that everybody's listening to him and he's making himself look suspicious. Side-eyeing the bus driver. I'm not side-eyeing the bus driver. Look, there's cameras on buses. There's cameras on buses. So I don't think he's done anything. If the police find something on trail cams, what do you think about the police's responsibility and delay finding them? I don't think anything will come of that. You know, if what could anybody do? You know, they'll just be saying, well, it wasn't our priority. Our priority was the search. So it's not like anybody get fired for it, I don't think. But yeah, it is their responsibility, and they should have done it sooner. Yes, she was living in the RV. Yes.
I agree, Stitches. Very true. Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe. Then again, some children, once they're completely lost, are too scared to scream and actually hide. Some kids hide when they hear searches because they think they're going to be in trouble. So that is known, a known thing. Have Ellie said there's no signs of foul play?
Welcome, Truth Seeker.
No.
Thank you.
They said that they're looking at all options. What they did say is there's no evidence of an abduction. But that was really early on. Yeah, she did. Blocked him on social media. Yeah, she's back on Facebook now. Taken all the photographs of him. Even though she said she can't live without him. Like within a day, she's left him and refuses to speak to him. So there definitely something went down. Something big went down there. Do I remember Carissa Boudreau? No, I don't know that case. Don't know that case at all. It has happened before. It's rare. The Beaumont children is the obvious one. That's an Australian case. 3 siblings abducted together. There's another Australian case where 2 friends were abducted together, an 11-year-old and a 4-year-old. The 11-year-old was looking after the 4-year-old, and they got abducted together. There's Abby and Libby from the Delphi case. 13-year-old and 14-year-old got abducted together. So it does happen. The Evansdale girls, Lyric and Elizabeth, cousins, they got abducted together. So it does happen. Thankfully, it's rare, but it does happen. And the trick is to befriend them, at least for a short while, until you get them away from where they're going to be heard. No, I don't think there's any connection between this case and Dylan Ealer. No, I don't.
All right, guys. Well, that's pretty much it as far as for what Michelle put out. I got something I want to look at, though, via one of the Facebook pages. So I'm going to pull that up, and then we're going to look at someplace there, if you don't mind. Give me one moment here. This is interesting. I've been sitting here looking through stuff while that's playing. Yeah, I'm with you on that too, Demon. I don't want to blame, but at some point we don't have much of a choice. I didn't, Clifton. That's interesting. You have to send me an email if you can on it. I'll take a look. So this popped up in the 20 hours ago, and it's the Missing Jack and Lily Sullivan Uncensored Facebook page, right? So it says this area needs to be searched immediately. It runs off Garlock Road, 1610 Reservoir Street. Was there a water towel there before? This area needs to be checked immediately. Yellow mark on this map. They need to get Dodge there immediately, just saying. And I'm going to pull this on the map to see why or what she's talking about. Down here, she says, can someone get this to your officers that's in charge? They need dogs. This street runs in with the street the family lives on. I mean, we did hear that Daniel left the home in a car and drove around, gone 15 to 20 minutes. It needs to be checked immediately. This family knows that area real well. Yes, that ATV could have took them to this area without being detected. I believe something happened in that home. Jack first being drowned and Lily walk in and saw what was going on, in my opinion now. But this area they need, I don't know about that. That's pretty wild. Water tower? I don't know what that meant, Clifton. That's a wild theory, speculation. You can call RCMP with your tips. Which psychic told you this? Never mind. I see Donna's name on the pic. What happened to her? Peter. Oh, so she must have got that from Donna. Okay. Get on it. For starters, this isn't even an aerial pic from Nova Scotia Scarlock Road. It's not the populated. Okay. So this is basically stating that there was a child, that they're in water. Well, see that whole thing. I told you that thing that where Daniel stated he was in water up to his waist. That bugged me. Well, maybe. Water wells. Oh, wow. This Holy Wilson flipped out on these people. I don't know. I'm curious to see what this area looks like. Give me a minute here. I'm going to pull the map up and see if it shows anything of interest to me. Just to see. I mean, I'm sure they said they searched, I think it was a 3.5 kilometer. What are you doing?
What? Giving Jody some cookies?
3.5 kilometer area, and they've come up with nothing, you guys. It's crazy to me, but that's okay. Hold on a minute. Let me see here. 1610 Reservoir. Now, like I said, guys, we have 60 hours. 60. Which is the time from the time that the kids got off the bus Tuesday till the time the 911 call was made. 60 hours that anything could have happened in. This is what I'm saying. Is this the right area? Oh, wait a minute. That's all. It won't even let me drop there. 5 kilometer. Thank you, Tomboy.
Hello.
So this is an intersect here. Garlock and this Reservoir Road. Hold on. I don't see it here. It's not coming up. It's weird. Hey, Paula. Right, Demon. That's something that's always bugged me that he stated that. Menace Road and Garlock Drive.
She didn't. I thought she would have, but she didn't. She said she didn't answer you. No, she didn't.
Wait a minute here.
Oh, she did answer me, and then I.
One moment. One moment.
She just said yeah. And then she's like, I didn't see the message. Oh, well, I need everybody to check that. Okay. I need to get whatever we're cooking on the grill.
I'm gonna try something, guys. Bear with me here. I'm gonna drop down on Garlock Road. Let's see what. Welcome, Jennifer, and thank you for those hearts. Thank you to all of you that have remembered. You know, something that I had requested is that anytime we go live now, for us to try to drop purple hearts in the chat when we come in honor and memory of Wisdom Speaks, and that way she'll always be with us when we're live here. All right, so what does that sign there say? Hang on. We're going on a road trip together, y'all. Okay, Balfour Road. Oh, there's Mama Bear in the chat.
I sent it right after I talked to you.
Trying to see where this intersect is. Hey, Tita, welcome back. And thank you, Jen. I appreciate that so much. We love that you love the show. Hi, Stormy. Thank you for that. Thank you to all of you for the Purple Hearts, guys. That means everything to all of us. So if I can come up to this intersect here, I'm curious to see if there is a large body of water here. It's called Reservoir Road. I'm guessing for a reason. And I want to see how far away it is. I'm just curious. And guys, you've seen, look, we've come on to nothing. This is so rural out here. There's nothing around. Nothing. What does that say there? New Murray Road. Okay. Lansdowne Station Road and Garlock Road. Okay, hold on. Lansdowne Station and Garlock. Okay. We're on Garlock here, and here's Lansdowne Station Road, right? Hey, Daniela. Welcome. Good to see you today. So, what am I doing, Tomboy? Is this it? Up Westville. Why do I need that? This is perfectly fine for me. To the left, to the left, to the left. Aha.
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion.
Lansdowne Station Road. Oh. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Huh. Yeah, okay. Can't see anything out here though, and these weeds and trees, guys. I mean, it's such a grown over mess. Why did it happen anyway? Okay, so there's the abandoned campgrounds, I believe. So we're real close to their house here. Okay. Well, I can probably go up to aerial. Lansdowne Station and Garlock. Thank you, Taylor. NCZ and Daniela. STD. Okay, Miss Tandy. Okay, well, there's a little body of water there and there, but that's on somebody's property. I was looking for. Hang on a minute. Let me try this one more time. I want to see if what they're talking about. She said they need to go search this immediately. I'm curious. Hold on. Maybe it won't take me there. Okay. Reservoir and Inner Garlock Road. Well, here's Garlock. See that? Maybe that didn't even exist. Middle River. There's a river there. Big lake. Anyway, above small dirt patch on Lansdowne Road. Okay. No worries. Thank you, Tomboy. I'm just trying to find this one thing real quick to see if they do intersect. That's all. Nope. I don't see it anywhere down through here. Oh, Reservoir Street. Aha. See, that looks way too populated there. Welcome, Ginger Hay. Good to see you. I love your name.
I'm crying to the audience.
Okay, well, it's not coming up like I wanted it to, so it's all right. I was just curious. So that's something that was on Facebook, so who knows? It's based on something somebody saw from a psychic. You know, it could be anything. Oh, hey, Alicia, welcome back. And welcome, Ginger Hay. Hey. Hey, Ginger Hay. See, this is why I don't like these Facebook groups. So is this what this group has come to? People falsely accusing of others of being involved in these poor missing situation. Really, as for my account, it's real. I don't pretend to be someone just to get info, unlike new fake accounts I've seen and from the USA. But being accused of being involved is just wrong, because I will say hope for the channel. Yeah, see, that's why I don't like these groups. I stay out of them usually. Let's see here. I don't see it. I don't see it. So, okay. I am curious, though. Does anybody watch Psychics at all? You are so welcome, Ginger. Wonderful to have you here. Anybody at all? That's not really my thing. I don't really watch them, but I'm still curious, you know? The one I know, Reverend Donna Serafina actually had help. She helped in helping to find in the Bala situation. So I've always been kind of a little interested in anything that can help. Mostly just entertaining. Gotcha. I wonder. I wonder. I bet she did something here. Let me see something. I almost guarantee you she did something. And she did. Bingo. 3 days ago. I wonder. Huh. Peter Pumpkin Eater. What the hell? You guys want to check this? Hold on. Oh, okay. Thank you, Tomboy. I see that big, massive, good stuff. Thank you.
Hey, wash your hands. Come on.
Anybody in here curious to see what she had to say about this? Yes or no? If you guys are, we can review it real quick. If not, we'll move on past it. Yeah, she said something about that in here, about the Peter Pumpkin Eater thing. That's what it says in the title for this. Welcome from Kansas. Appreciate you, Ginger. We don't normally do the sidekicks or anything, but I'm curious what she's talking about here. The Peter Pumpkin Eater has something to do with a town in Canada called Waterville, I believe. I think that may be what that's all about, but yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not normally into this stuff, Moonlit, but I'm curious what the hell she's talking about. Mr. Hughes, welcome, Philip. Good to see you today. Great to have you here. I hope you're doing okay. There is a Peter's Pumpkin Patch in Pictou County, though. It's about an 18-minute drive from where they live on River Road in Plymouth. That's interesting, I would say. If you believe in that stuff, you know. Yeah, LL. Very true. We're talking about the Jack and Lily Sullivan missing out of Pictou County in Nova Scotia, Canada. The case we've been following for a while, Jen. No worries. I don't mind catching you guys up. No worries at all. The whole BK rubbed blood in his hair. Oh, wow. That's crazy, man. Yeah. Well, I ain't into all that stuff, but that's a good point, Stitches. That's a good point. I guess there's been 2 or 3 other psychics that have pulled up this whole Peter Pumpkin Eater thing, too, with this. That's crazy. Definitely towers and wires. Well, I guess let's check it out real quick, guys. Just out of curiosity. Like I said, I don't really believe in this stuff, and that's nothing against it. Okay, it's not my route. So let's just see what she says. At least some of it, real quick. I'm curious.
For a fact that the real corny, I know, but it came into my head. It wasn't for me, and this is the clue. Peter Pumpkin Eater had a girl and could not keep her. Put her in a pumpkin shell and there he kept her very well. Okay, so somebody will know something related to that. I know that for a fact that did not come from me. And the other thing that I kept seeing was, I would see her get off the school bus, and I see her little boots, and they're not the boots in the picture, they're darker colored boots with little objects on them. All right, little kids. Where are you? Look at their picture. Cute picture. Okay, kitty.
Hey, James, good to
So
see you, brother.
Jack, for information on Jack and Lily Sullivan, I'm going to tell you this rhyme that came into my head, and it sounds real trivial, but you know what? It could hold a clue. Okay, this is the actual clue. Peter, pumpkin eater, had a girl and could not keep her. Put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well. Now, is that a name, Peter? Or does that rhyme mean something to the mother or father and have a special location or connotation for them? I don't know. As a psychic, I don't know. I just know that I received it, and I know for sure it's not for me. Another thing, when I was meditating the other day, I just kept seeing them getting off the school bus, or at least the girl, probably the boy, but I didn't really see her face. I just saw her rain boots, and they were dark colored with little objects on them, not the light colored ones in the photo. And I didn't see the bus driver, and I didn't see the kids on the bus. I just saw the bus. So that's kind of interesting too. It's a clue, and it sounds real corny, I know, but it came into my head. It wasn't for me, and this is the clue. Peter, pumpkin eater, had a girl and could not keep her. Put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well. Okay, so somebody will know something related to that. I know that for a fact that did not come from me. And the other thing that I kept seeing was, I would see her get off the school bus, and I see her little boots, and they're not the boots in the picture, they're darker colored boots with little objects on them. So I'm just gonna see if I get anything else. After you go up a hill and it levels out a little bit, and then sunshine hits the road in one spot, sunshine. That could be the name of something too, so just keep that in mind. The visions that I see could be name of something as well as literal. And then sunshine.
So this place is in Pictou County, right here. It says it's 18 miles from their address. Okay, Peter's Pumpkins. Again, it's on River Road, out in the middle of nowhere, like everything else is here. I don't know that this has anything to do with anything, you guys. It's just interesting. Me, myself, and I. Good to see you back again. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I don't, like I said, this isn't my thing normally, you guys. I'm not into this stuff, but I'm just curious what a couple people sent me emails about this, and hey, Josie Joe's. Yeah, that's what I said. I know she kind of basically solved the Daybell thing, and I thought that was interesting, but you know, it doesn't mean that that's a be all end all. So just out of curiosity is why I'm kind of looking at this real quick.
Hits the road in one spot, sunshine. That could be the name of something too, so just keep that in mind. The visions that I see could be name of something as well as literal. I saw the shape of something round, like a button kind of, but it would have been sewed all the way around. So I don't know what it is. If it could be a fair ride, or it could be road equipment. I don't know what it is.
Yes, very much so, LL. Always have been into paranormal, 100%.
If we could get some answers about Jack and Lily. And once again, I'm getting that light from like sunlight, and I'm feeling like a road where the sunlight shines on it, and always be aware that there could be a name, right? Sunlight, sunshine, something like that. Or it could be a literal where the road comes out a little of a hill, and then it flattens out right where it begins to flatten out, then the sun hits it in a real pretty way. It could be that. It could be the name of a fire road that has a metal bar for a gate. It could be any of these things, or or, you know, underneath where the wires are. So I don't really know, but I just know that I've seen that several times. And then I've also seen what I perceive to be the little girl getting off a school bus, but I don't really see the driver, and I don't really see the kids. I just know they're there. And
yeah, it's not my thing either, me, myself, and I. Somebody said something, a couple emails about this. I just want to see what she says, and if it relates to anything that has already come out, or something that seems like it would make some sense. It's a short thing here, so we won't be in here long, I promise that.
the little rain boots that she has are actually dark in color, and I've seen the photo with the light ones, but these ones are dark in color and they have little objects all over them. And so I'm seeing that. So, and when I see that scene, it is either the bus being important or these rain boots being important, because I don't really see her totally.
Right.
And the boy is coming out with them, like, is he there or isn't he there? I don't know. And then I received 100% not from me a nursery rhyme. And I know someone could say, oh, how ridiculous, how stupid. This could be somebody's name, or it could be a location. It could be, it means something to one of the parents, as to something. It means something. So I'll just tell you, it's Peter, pumpkin eater, had a girl and could not keep her. Put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well. Okay, so is Peter the name that matters, or is it the pumpkin, or is it a clue to something? I don't know, but it is some sort of clue. Okay, so I'm just going to close my eyes for a little bit, and I'm just going to wait and see if I get anything. I do kind of feel like these wires, where some big wires go, wherever some big wires go, like the really big kind, with the big towers. I don't know that they have wires anymore, but I don't know. I just keep seeing that. You know, am I seeing a cell tower, or I'm seeing wires? Because it seems like wires, but it's those big metal towers, so you don't know for sure. You know, I don't know. But that seems to be right where the sunshine, the spot of sunshine hits the road. Like, I have a feeling if I was there, I would go down there, you know, but I don't even know where it is. So I wonder if there's a place where you look out over the valley, and that's just up ahead from the sunshine place, maybe? I'm not sure. It's just kind of molding. It's just kind of coming together a little bit. Okay, so I'm going back where these towers are with the wires. I feel like seeing Sunshine Road Fire Trail. Right there. I saw that shape again. It's like a circle if you drew little things coming out of it. Like, what the heck? What is that? I don't know if is it some sort of sun, or... It does represent something, because that's like the second or third time I've seen it.
So these are these big electrical pylon tower things, yeah.
There's one of these toys, like those worms that you kind of wiggle and make it move. I mean, it could be different. It could be a whole different, like, entity, if you will, of plastic thing. But it's something along those lines that you sit on, and maybe you can even make it roll. Maybe it doesn't wiggle up and down like that, but it's that idea of a little toddler toy of being able to sit on it and make it roll.
Yeah, I saw that, Josie. It did blow my mind completely. I was really, like, blown away with it. Okay. That's all there was, guys. Sorry. I was just curious what she was saying. Not much. It is Ginger. It was Ginger. It used to be. Yeah, she did, Mittens. She did in the very beginning. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is I'm going to follow up one more. I know you guys, I'm not real fond of him either, but...
Folks are saying, well, when she said this...
He put this out yesterday. This is that deception detective guy again, real quick. Just out of curiosity, again, I'm going to see what he's saying now and see if there's anything new in here. And then I think we're going to move on from this case and move on for the rest of the show after this.
He said that, you know, they're pointing fingers and maybe towards very innocent people. So in fairness to them and the RCMP, that we just need to back off on that and let things happen.
You know, one of the things, Chris, that comes up as well is the fact that if this story perhaps had happened in a bigger center, this would be a story that would be headlines every day.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Young children disappeared without a trace, a massive investigation, yet it doesn't seem to have that kind of attention here in Canada.
They lecture and threaten all the amateur sleuths speculating about Lily and Jack Sullivan's disappearance in one breath, and then wonder why no one's talking about the case in the next. So today's video, I want to show you one of my favorite professional opinions about this case to date. I'm Deception Detective, an attorney trained in statement analysis. This channel exposes lies and manipulation, so if that's your thing, hit subscribe. For exclusives, early access, and other cool perks, consider becoming a channel member. Link in description. Despite that news anchor's complaints, this case is international news. So if you're watching this video, I'm going to assume you're at least familiar with the basic case facts about the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan. but you might not have been following my personal analysis of the case. So just in case you haven't, I've done a couple videos about this guy, Chris Lewis, who used to be the head of the Ontario Police Department, and his opinion about the case and the investigation are among my favorites of any public commentator. However, I don't like being lectured, and I'm sure you don't like being lectured either. So in today's video, let's watch an interview with a retired canine handler whose opinion on this case is one of my favorites to date. And best of all, this interview is new, so it takes into account lots of the recent twists and turns in the investigation. All right, without further ado, let's watch.
There's still no sign of Lily and Jack Sullivan. Glenn Brown is having a hard time wrapping his head around that. The retired RCMP dog handler of 26 years says it's baffling to him the children are still missing after such wide-scale searches that included upwards of 160 search and rescue personnel, dogs, helicopters, and drones.
I find it hard to believe that a 6 and 4-year-old would just disappear like that. I guarantee you, if I was still working today, that'd be the thing to be, you'd be racing around your mind all the time. Like, where would they have gone? Like, we have done everything. I think the last thing I read, they searched a square kilometer area, 5 kilometers. That's a big area. That's a big area, and that's meticulously searched.
That's the first reason I like this retired canine handler's opinion on this case, because he's not walking the party line the way that Chris Lewis is. He's pointing out that if the search were as diligent as it should have been, they should have turned up something if the kids actually wandered into the woods. And coincidentally, in a separate news clip that's less than 24 hours old, we have them admitting just that they were not as diligent as they should have been. Here's a little bit of that.
Melissa Scott's trail cameras might contain clues about the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan. RCMP asked her for days of footage as the investigation into the missing children approaches the 3-week mark. This is some of the footage Scott gave police. She says RCMP major crimes officers came to her home this week, asking for everything on her 7 cameras, starting April 27th, 5 days before the kids were reported missing. 2 of Scott's neighbors were also asked to provide footage to RCMP. She says the officers also asked about her family's vehicles to rule out local traffic in the footage. This road is the most direct path from Scott's property to the home the kids went missing from. We drove between the 2 places. It's about an 18-minute drive down rough dirt roads. Straight through the woods, it's about 5 kilometers.
I did mention to them that I was very happy to see them and glad that they were canvassing a little further and looking at trail cam footage. And they did respond saying that they probably should have been around earlier.
RCMP would not answer CBC's questions.
My goal here isn't to be critical of the RCMP. If you've seen my other videos in this series, you'll know that I have full faith in them and I give them a lot of credit. More credit than the people in my comment section think I should. But my point is, before they lecture people like myself online for speculating about the case, I've seen other people in my comments point out that they should be looking for trail cams within the first day of the disappearance and ask the neighbors if they'd voluntarily let them check their camera footage. Let's keep watching.
If I was still working today, that'd be the thing to be, you'd be racing around your mind all the time. Like, where would they have gone? Like, we have done everything.
The children were reported missing from a home on Gairloch Road on May 2nd, sparking a 6-day search that was eventually scaled back. Then, over the weekend, 115 search and rescue crew members were called back. RCMP have not said what prompted them to return, but Brown says it's not unusual to restart a search. He says there are a number of reasons police may call crews back, including tips or new evidence. But if that was the case, that information likely was not known by the search crews or even police officers on the ground.
That's the second big point I agree on, because I've been saying ever since the search was resumed after being briefly paused that it might have been employed by the RCMP to see how the parents would react. That could be what's going on here with the RCMP. They were waiting for some sort of bizarre behavior from either of the parents when they thought the search was over. But they could have also been watching the parents to see if they did anything that provided new leads to them, like driving to a remote location all of a sudden now that they thought no one was watching them, or resuming communication with each other after they made a big hoopla about not doing that anymore, and potentially saying something incriminating or suspicious, like syncing.
Well, thing is, too, though, Fizzy, I do agree, but this is 18 miles away. That's a pretty good distance away from the home. I mean, granted, I'm not saying that they couldn't have got there, but that's a good walk, a good drive. Hey, Kim, thank you for joining us. His name is Justin. The brother that lived on the same property with him, Kim, was Justin. But no, I agree, Fizzy. They should have done that earlier on, I think 3 weeks ago. It just seems like it's such a distance away. What are the odds that something is going to pick up? It could, but it seems like the odds would be low. The one that lives it's Justin is the one that lives on property with him, Kim. That's my understanding, at least.
Up their stories or expressing how happy they are that they got away with it or anything else. But we'll probably have to wait a long time to find out if my hunch about that development being a ploy is correct, because the Canadian police are so tight-lipped. They are masters of tactical silence. That's a clip from the video I put out the day that the search resumed for
no
Lily and
worries.
Jack, and it seems to have been pretty prescient based on what this K9 handler said, that the RCMP is in the habit of not telling their searchers or even their own officers if that's what was going on. They just tell them where to go look. They don't tell them why.
He says there are a number of reasons police may call crews back, including tips or new evidence. But if that was the case, that information likely was not known by the search crews or even police officers on the ground.
They may tell them, we got a tip.
I would imagine there is, me, myself, and I, but I'm not sure. Hey, Robert, good to see you. I'm not 100% sure. That's a good question, though, because that would be important to me, especially on that property. Thinking within like a week. But yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely, Fizzy. Definitely. It is a distance, but yeah, you're right. I agree.
And we just want you to go in that area and search and see if you find anything. They're not going to tell you exactly what was in the tip. It's not going to do it. They don't even tell their own people that, unless you are in the know, right? Unless it's like you're in that investigative group.
RCMP's major crime unit has been involved since the day after the children disappeared. They say every missing persons investigation is considered suspicious until they have reason to believe otherwise. An RCMP spokesperson would not answer specific questions about this latest search, but says officials will be reviewing the information collected and determining next steps.
As I've consistently said, I wish them the best. I hope they solve the case. I appreciate their silence. They don't need to tell us anything if it would hamper the investigation, but they shouldn't be lecturing people like myself or you for speculating and trying to figure out what's going on. So if you want me to continue doing that, let me know by liking, commenting, and sharing. Check the end card for my Lily and Jack Sullivan playlist, as well as my playlist about Dylan Ayler, a bizarrely similar case from Nova Scotia. Until
Okay, nothing much there at all. This is just bothering me, you guys. It's really, really bothering me. Hold on a minute. Okay, I forgot about this. I do have this one last thing I wanted to review about this, and then we will be moving on. My apologies. This is kind of interesting, guys. It really is. The way they put this together. Amen to that one. Yes, it is very much more crazy to me. 5 years ago this month and 45 minutes away. Dylan, yes. Yeah, it's a lot like Dylan's case, Kim. It really is. I remember when I covered Dylan's case, I was like, this is crazy the way this all happened. And then we have this situation, and there's so many parallels. It's so weird. So weird. 100%, Kim. That's why I brought this up the other day. It's so weird. It is so strange to me, the parallels. All right. By the way, this footage was
when 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan went
put out through a channel called Detective Meyer Stories. This is interesting. Here's the link here, guys, if you want to go check it out, please and thank you. If you don't have to, I'm just giving you the option if you choose to. But this is interesting the way they put this together. I kind of liked it a little bit.
missing on May 2nd, 2025, from their home in rural Nova Scotia. The world had no idea it would see one of the most confusing and scary cases of missing kids in modern times. This case that experts call never seen before and impossible didn't start on May 2nd. It started much earlier in a quiet, isolated place where secrets run deeper than the roots of old trees. Before I tell you what happened to 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack, please help spread their story. Hit like button, share with someone who cares about missing children cases, and if you find value in these investigations, consider subscribing. Also, drop a comment with the time you're watching. It helps us track how information about cases like this reaches the community. Lily and Jack were kids caught between two worlds. Their mom was Malhia Brooks Murray, a young woman from the Sipekne'katik First Nation, the biggest Mi'kmaq community in Nova Scotia. But they were raised by a man who wasn't their real dad. Their biological father is like a ghost in this story. He's so invisible that his name doesn't show up anywhere in official reports. Some say he was under house arrest, but even that isn't confirmed. In a case that got worldwide attention, the kid's real father exists as an empty space, like he was erased from reality. 3 years ago, Malhia met Daniel Robert Martel. He was a tall, skinny 33-year-old man with sharp eyes who worked at a lumber mill. But there was a problem nobody could explain. Daniel only worked 1 day a week. How could a guy working 1 day out of 7 support a family of 5 people? This question never got answered, but it became the first warning sign in a case full of things that didn't make sense. Daniel lived in his childhood home on Gairloch Road in Lansdowne Station. This is a tiny place where only about 100 people live. Many of them are related and have been for generations. It was totally isolated. The nearest town was 15 minutes away, no cell phone service, just dirt roads and thick woods. On the same property sat his mom's beat-up trailer filled with cats and a dog. This created a rundown atmosphere that would become the scary background for what happened next. In May 2023, Malhia made a decision that changed everything. She moved in with Daniel, bringing Lily, Jack, and her newborn daughter Meadow. For a Mi'kmaq woman to leave her traditional community for an isolated white area where she'd be the only native person for miles around was a big deal. Why would a young mom of 3 kids cut herself off from her family and community? The answer lies in events that nobody talks about publicly. Lily and Jack started going to Salt Springs Elementary School, a small country school with 86 kids. Their bus driver, Brian Ward, remembered them well. Lily sat on the right in the front of the bus, making loud screams when she got excited. "Lily, you can't do that," Ward kept telling her. He said she was kind of a drama queen. Jack was a chatty kid who would throw his boots at the driver if he couldn't get his attention. This behavior completely went against what the parents said about the kids having undiagnosed autism and communication problems. The parents claimed both kids had undiagnosed autism, but what people said about them was totally different. The mom said, "They're very talkative, they talk to everyone. They'll talk you to death." The aunt on the biological father's side said the children don't talk at all. Teachers said they were not shy, but didn't talk much. How could kids be very talkative, don't talk at all, and didn't talk much all at the same time? This was just one of many things in this case that made no sense. The family home was a worn white trailer surrounded by kids' toys and car parts. Inside, in the small beat-up kitchen, kids' drawings hung on the walls. In one piece, Lily wrote about her mom. "My mom makes cupcakes, plays with toys and watches movies. I love my mom." There was also a red painting by Jack of a bug. He loved digging for worms and turning over pieces of wood looking for bugs. Just a few feet from the house, in the woods, kids' toys were scattered around, creating a weird picture of childhood stopped in the middle of playing. The last week of April 2025 became key to this mystery. Officially, Lily and Jack last went to school on Tuesday, April 29th. Brian Ward dropped them off at the end of their dirt driveway that day and never saw them again. But what people said about missing school kept changing. First, Daniel said the kids only missed Thursday and Friday because Lily was sick. Then he said they hadn't been to school all week. A teacher confirmed seeing Lily on Monday, but after that, silence. The 48 to 72 hours between the last confirmed sighting of the kids at school and when they disappeared remain a blank spot in reality. Nobody except family saw the kids from April 29th until the morning of May 2nd. Police won't say if anyone else had contact with the kids during these critical days. What happened in these lost hours? Why did the kids suddenly disappear from everyone's sight except those who lived with them in the isolated house on Gairloch Road? The morning of May 2nd, 2025, started as a regular Friday in the house on Gairloch Road, but would soon turn into an event that would challenge the very laws of reality. What happened in the next few hours would create a mystery so deep and full of contradictions that experts still can't find a logical explanation. According to Mailhia's story, she woke up that morning around 8 o'clock and heard the kids playing in the next room. "I was dozing, falling asleep and waking up," she would later say in an interview. Mailhia and Daniel were in the bedroom with their 16-month-old daughter Meadow, who was being fed or put to sleep. Stories about this would be different later. Daniel would later tell a completely different version of the same events. According to him, Lily came into the bedroom several times, and Jack could be heard in the kitchen. "I asked them several times to be quieter so the baby could keep sleeping," he would say. But here's the first big contradiction. If Mailhia was dozing, falling asleep and waking up, how could Daniel ask the kids to be quieter for a sleeping child? Even stranger was Daniel's claim that he saw Lily several times when she came to the doorway. He even described exactly what she was wearing. She was wearing a pink shirt. But later, in other interviews, Daniel would say words that would make experts question his mental state. "I did not see Jack that morning," while adding, "I know Jack was wearing blue boots with dinosaurs." How can you know what a child is wearing if you didn't see him? Around 8:20 in the morning, according to both parents' stories, complete silence fell. "The next thing we knew was that it became quiet," Mailhia would say. "As soon as I noticed I couldn't hear anything, I immediately jumped out of bed," Daniel would add. In 20 minutes, a time period that would become key in this case, two small kids allegedly managed to do a series of actions that breaks all laws of physics and child psychology. 4-year-old Jack in pull-up diapers and 6-year-old Lily, who was coughing, somehow quietly put on outdoor clothes without waking the parents in the next room. Jack put on his blue boots with dinosaurs, Lily her pink boots. Any parent knows that small kids can't put on shoes quietly. Lily somehow found and took her white backpack with red strawberries. The most chilling detail in this story is the claim about the silent door. "We can't hear when it opens," Mailhia would say in an interview. Daniel confirmed, "The door is practically silent when you try to open it." For a family with small kids to have a back door that's impossible to hear when opening seems incredibly dangerous and convenient for certain purposes. Even stranger is that the kids usually left this door wide open, and Daniel constantly had to remind them to close it. But on the morning they disappeared, the kids allegedly carefully closed the door behind them, behavior completely opposite to their usual habits. The yard was fenced, meaning extra barriers for small kids. The 4-year-old and 6-year-old would have had to get over the fence, a physically impossible task for kids that age without outside help. And finally, they
Was that a damn wolf in the picture? Hold on.
for small kids. The 4-year-old and 6-year-old.
Is that a damn wolf? Right there? That looks like a wolf to me. Am I wrong? That's crazy. Just saying. A dog? That looks like a wolf, y'all. With the snout the way it is, that's more than a dog. Husky, I don't know. He looks wolfy to me. Green Eyed says, yeah, it is. I thought so. It might be a hybrid mix, but that's still, it's got the wolf face. That's crazy. Anyway. Yeah, right, Thrive. Like at least a hybrid of sorts. Either way, damn. Anyway, on we go.
Year-old would have had to get over the fence, a physically impossible task for kids that age without outside help. And finally, they dissolved into the woods as completely as if the earth itself had swallowed them. When the parents realized the kids were gone, their reactions were as contradictory as the rest of the story. Daniel claims he immediately searched the house and backyard because the kids often looked for bugs and grass to feed the chickens. Not finding them, he jumped in the car and started driving around all nearby dirt roads and drainage ditches. Meanwhile, Milhia stayed home and called 911.
The last few days have been very stressful. I mean, ever since the Friday morning, when we noticed that the children were gone, immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, as many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there.
But it's here that the timeline becomes murky and scary. Officially, the 911 call was made around 10 o'clock in the morning. However, one police dispatch report mentioned that the kids disappeared around 8 o'clock in the morning, not 9:40 as Daniel reported. This hour difference was never explained and creates a chilling hole in the timeline. What was happening in these lost hours? Why did the parents wait so long before calling for help? By the end of Friday, tension between family members reached a boiling point. A fight broke out in the yard between the mother's relatives and Daniel.
My mother had to kick some people off the property because they were saying that I did it. I had something to do with it. And I'm the only one here fighting for them, which is sad.
But the most shocking turn was what happened the next day. Milhia Brooks Murray and Daniel Martel went to a briefing at the search and rescue headquarters on Lansdowne Station Road. According to Daniel, Milhia suddenly left the briefing in the middle of the presentation and sat in the back of an ambulance. Then she left the area with her mother, taking 16-month-old Meadow with her. "I haven't seen or heard from her since," Daniel would say. Just 24 hours after the kids disappeared, their family completely and publicly fell apart. Even more disturbing was the immediate involvement of Child Protective Services. Daniel went to the CPS office in Stellarton to see his 16-month-old daughter Meadow, but was denied. "At this point, I can't be around Meadow," he would explain. For a man who claimed to have had nothing to do with his stepchildren's disappearance, being immediately denied access to his own biological daughter seemed like a harsh move. On May 7, 2025, Staff Sergeant Curtis Mackinnon stood before reporters and spoke words that froze blood in veins. The probability of survival is extremely small. After 6 days of searching involving more than 160 people daily, after search dogs, thermal imaging drones, helicopters, and underwater teams had combed every inch of the dense woods around Gairloch Road, Nova Scotia police announced the scaling back of active searches. But the most scary part of Mackinnon's statement was an admission that changed the nature of the entire case. RCMP's Major Crime Unit has been involved in the investigation since May 3rd. The third day, just 24 hours after Lily and Jack allegedly went out to play, homicide detectives were already digging into the case. In a typical missing kids case, the Major Crime Unit doesn't get involved so quickly unless something screams murder from the very beginning.
They may tell them, we got a tip, and we just want you to go in that area and search and see if you find anything. They're not going to tell you exactly what was in the tip. It's not going to do it. They don't even tell their own people that, unless you are in the know, right? Unless it's like you're in that investigative group.
When somebody goes missing and we become engaged as any police officer, not just major crime, we will look at all the details and make considerations on the information we have, right? When it comes to a missing person, we have to automatically consider are there people that have different charter implications and things like that? So we will automatically start to consider what evidence is pointing us towards a suspicious in nature. Again, I can't comment more than that, but every missing person case, we would approach it from the same process. A methodical collection and review of information with decisions based on that.
By Thursday, May 8th, The RCMP command center had disappeared as suddenly as the kids themselves. All that remained was a worn piece of yellow warning tape, several portable toilets, and tire tracks. The symbolism was terrifying. A massive life-saving operation had turned into a crime scene overnight. It was then that major crime investigators came for Daniel Mardell. They arrived at the beat-up mobile home to request electronic devices to confirm timelines. Earlier that day, an RCMP helicopter had flown over the family property, scanning the area. Daniel spent a detailed questioning with detectives at the RCMP station in Stellarton. Going over the events of the morning, they disappeared minute by minute. They searched every rock, every route, everything, Daniel would tell reporters. I gave them every detail, everything from my bank account statements to all the information that came from my Google Maps. Police took his phone, analyzed banking transactions and GPS data. They asked for technology data that could help identify phones that had entered the property, a hint that they were looking for evidence of other people being at the scene.
So they're checking banking transactions. I wonder if they were looking into the possibility of a trafficking situation, possibly. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's standard to check banking and stuff, but if it is, okay. But that sounded kind of interesting. If they're checking banking and your transactions and stuff, that's pretty wild. Just to say, well, possibly to see if you bought certain things too, maybe. But I wonder. Here's what I want to know. Yeah, I think so too. Thrive. Also, I think I want to know. I wonder if they did the same interview with Malaya. I hope they did. I hope they. Well, she was thrown off the property by his mother, Tandy, and then supposedly the word was that CPS told her it would be smart for her not to be there, for her to get out of there. So I don't know if it was due to the argument between the families or if there was another reason. Yeah, they had phones, Karen. Or to see if she withdrew money. Maybe, I don't know. I think they have separate accounts though. I don't know. Thank you, Witty. I'm not young. Worked. I like your avatar. I love that. Edgar Allan Poe reminds me of one of my favorite authors. Worked in both legal and scientific fields. Used to read a lot, but nothing has taught me how facts with no context, which details are included, excluded, is so crucial. Thank you. Yeah, very much agree as well. As the past 3 years of hanging out with you all has taught me. Okay, past 3 years. Well, your name looked new to me, dear, or sir, or ma'am. I don't know who you are unless you change your name. I'm glad that you've been hanging out with us for 3 years, though. I appreciate that. That left without seeing his daughter CPS is a perfect example. Yeah, I gotcha. I see what you're saying. What's up, Matt? Good to see you, brother.
But the most dramatic moment was Daniel's unexpected request for a polygraph test.
You said they're flying in someone to do a polygraph test. Is that on you?
That's not just on me, but on everyone. That's what I asked for. I asked for that.
Yeah, they leave details out on purpose to help to add to the narrative. That's a fact. He showed up and was denied. It could be mainly because he didn't have an appointment, but they have to make it sound darker because that makes it more exciting and that brings the views. That's the important part of it. That's why I didn't say anything about that, just because. Oh, Lord. Yes, she was an amazing, just beautiful person, Ginger. We're all so very lucky to have had the time that we had with her. And she's always going to be a part of this community and will always be in all of our hearts.
So early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada, so they're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. It cleared up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations and everything else.
RCMP refused to confirm whether the test would be done. To ensure the integrity of the investigation, further details will not be disclosed at this time, spokesperson Allison Gerard wrote in an email. But the very fact that Daniel publicly requested a test that most people fear made experts wonder, what did he know that others didn't? When Global News contacted Melhia by phone, she said RCMP had advised her not to speak further with media. But why would police advise a mother of missing kids not to speak publicly? In typical missing kids cases, parents are encouraged to make emotional appeals through media. Police advice for Melhia to stay silent suggested they considered her a potential suspect or witness whose story could damage the investigation. By mid-May, experts began pointing to weird things in the case that made it never seen before in the history of missing kids investigations. Michelle Genies, a former family crimes detective who investigated hundreds of missing kids cases, was frank, it could just be incredibly bad timing that they had 48 hours unaccounted for before the disappearance. But that's just one of the things that stands out.
Thank you, Ginger. We truly do love her and will greatly, greatly miss her. We loved her very much. She's very much a very important part of this community. And as I said, a founding member of this channel. I wouldn't be here without if it wasn't for her. So yeah, that was nothing. The tributes that we were able to put out are just the tip of the iceberg for whatever. I'm trying to stay away from it because I don't want to break down again because it was very rough couple of days, I promise. But yes, we love her and loved her so very much. And I missed that piece there too. Let me back that up. But thank you, Ginger, so very much.
News contacted Melhia by phone. She said RCMP had advised her not to speak further with media. But why would police advise a mother of missing kids not to speak publicly?
Does anybody else question that, or do you guys think that that's a valid statement, a valid point of something that happened? Just questioning that about, because I would think that I've never heard law enforcement say that. Okay. Especially not the media, because media can put out their faces and help to find them. So I've never heard that one before. I don't know if Canada is different or if it's a normal thing. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Matt. It is very much. But yeah, that's something I wondered. I don't know about anybody else's thoughts on that. I'm curious.
In typical missing kids cases, parents are encouraged to make emotional appeals through media. Police advice for Melhia to stay silent suggested they considered her a potential suspect or witness whose story could damage the investigation. By mid-May, experts began pointing to weird things in the case that made it never seen before in the history of missing kids investigations. Michelle Genies, a former family crimes detective who investigated hundreds of missing kids cases, was frank, it could just be incredibly bad timing that they had 48 hours unaccounted for before the disappearance. But that's just one of the things that stands out in my head.
I think it puts us kind of back in time regarding risk. These cell phones that we carry around, we think keep us a lot safer. We can track them, and now we don't sort of have that here. We also don't have that close connection of immediate people who can go out and hurry up and scan this small area, right? It's rural. There's lots of areas to search. There's not the go-to town center sort of thing where we can convene. So really the environment created, I think, a lot of disadvantage for this case.
Michael Arntfield, a criminologist from Western University in London, Ontario, was even more direct in his assessment. This case, when you put it next to 100 other missing kids cases.
Hey Nelly, great to see you today, dear. Yeah, it's a wild one. There's two missing little 4- and 6-year-old children from Nova Scotia, Canada. They were reported missing the 2nd of May. And there has been not one sighting not one bit of anything since that day. And they've looked everywhere on the property around it. It's in a very, very rural area. And it's just a strange situation. Very strange. No worries, Ginger. I appreciate your input on it and your very kind words. Very much so. If that helps, Nelly, at all. But yeah, you can read up on it. It's pretty quick. And pretty simple too, the whole thing. Now there's some strange details in it which they're putting out now, but I'm so grateful to have you here, Nelly. It's wonderful to see you again.
Just doesn't add up on many levels.
Based on appearances, this went in the wrong direction early on, and key momentum and leads were lost when they were out in the fields looking for kids that maybe were never there.
Steve Ryan, a former homicide investigator, focused on the basic problem of the investigation. The story that mom and stepdad gave to police was that they woke up and the kids were gone. Given that there's no witness to what happened, that leaves a very big hole in this investigation. Meanwhile, search efforts ramped up with terrifying intensity.
No idea. I had no idea. I'm still searching every day. I'm waiting for information. I have to let them do a lot of their stuff with the aircrafts and everything else, and dogs and searchers. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be coordinated, and I can't just go running through the woods. I want to, but I just can't right now because the search is just so far out.
More than 160 searchers daily combed the dense woods around the house, covering 5.5 square kilometers of heavy wooded rural area. Helicopters buzzed overhead, drones with thermal imaging cameras scanned the ground for heat signatures, and search dogs followed any scent trails they could find. Search conditions were nightmarish. The landscape was full of debris and trees lying on top of each other, meaning searchers either have to climb over them or crawl under them. Add to this peak tick season in Nova Scotia, when these parasites can carry Lyme disease, anaplasmosis, babesiosis, and Powassan virus. Ticks are always a problem, said Amy Hansen, one of the search managers. Yesterday we found fresh bear tracks. This is Nova Scotia woods right now.
These woods, they are very thick. There's a lot of the hurricane damage from Fiona a couple of years ago. And we've had teams struggling to get through areas, and I can't say anything more about the searchers. They're pushing through all of these areas, going through all of these deadfalls, going through waterways and anything possible just to cover their search areas. So we know that everything has been so thoroughly searched that it's time to, as they say, scale back. And we are exhausting people. We're starting to see more injuries coming back the last couple of days. And it's hard terrain.
And I will note as well, having had the opportunity to participate yesterday in a helicopter search as well, it is immensely clear looking from above, based on the orange tags on the trees, how thoroughly and meticulously the area has been searched, based on the indications you can see even from up in the air of how thorough the searches are. So I also give a hats off to the many searchers who have participated here in support of finding Lily and Jack.
So some of the areas we search, we do what's called a hasty tasking, so it's very quick, and we'll send a more in-depth search team into the same area. But we're also expanding out into areas that we haven't really had boots on the ground in, just to get more areas covered off.
On the 4th day of searching, the only significant discovery happened. Searchers reported finding what could have been a child's footprint. This led to expanded search efforts in that area and gave the first real hope that the kids had indeed entered the woods.
Oh, thank you so much, Noel. God bless, dear. We appreciate you so much. Such an angel. So very generous and so much appreciated. Guys, that goes for anything. We do not expect any of the support via donations and whatnot. But it is so very much appreciated, guys. So thank you so much for any tips or donations, super chats, anything that goes to the Venmo, PayPal, or the Cash App, membership, all of that. We appreciate every single bit of it. It helps to keep my channel moving on a daily basis, but we never expect it. So thank you again, Noel. God bless.
Woods. But the single possible footprint quickly led nowhere. leaving searchers with no physical evidence to track. But it was the strange objects found during the search that added a chilling note to an already grim picture. Searchers found a pink blanket, shirts, and a water bottle in the woods near the house. When police showed photos of these items to Daniel, he said none of them belonged to Lily or Jack. In an area where no other kids live nearby, the presence of these foreign kids' items raised disturbing questions. Who left them there, and when? The most chilling aspect of the searches was the complete absence of any signs of the kids. Lily's white backpack with red strawberries, which Daniel claimed should be highly visible, was nowhere to be found. Jack's blue boots with dinosaurs, Lily's pink boots, Jack's pull-up diapers, nothing. I imagine now in the woods it's probably brown, Daniel would say about the backpack, as if already seeing it lying somewhere in the mud. Glenn Brown, a retired RCMP dog handler who worked as an operational dog handler in several provinces for 26 years, was stunned by the absence of tracks.
I find it hard to believe that a 6 and 4-year-old would just disappear like that. I guarantee you, if I was still working today, that'd be the thing you'd be racing around your mind all the time. Like, where would they have gone? Like, we have done everything. I think the last thing I read, they searched a square kilometer area, 5 kilometers. That's a big area. And that's meticulously searched.
As the searches continued, Daniel's behavior became increasingly strange, particularly his language. He described his heroic efforts on the first day. I was running through waist-deep water, screaming until my throat hurt, was ahead of helicopters and drones. But in all interviews, he appeared clean, calm, with no signs of the physical effort he described. The language used by the parents also became increasingly disturbing. Just 24 hours after they disappeared, Malhia used words usually associated with grief, were all full of pain and sorrow.
I'm just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep, and they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them, and they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens, and they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time, and the next thing we knew, it was quiet.
This interview kills me. There's something about her in this interview that bugs me, has bugged me, and I cannot let go of it. It's so weird the way she's like reading from a storybook, okay? She's reading a story, a scripted scenario. It's something that bothers the hell out of me, and I can't let go of it. Hey, WB, good to see you. I cannot let go of it, guys. It's killing me. I don't know why.
And we get up and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store, everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued. Not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing.
See, that's my problem with part of this, is she's said so many little things that point to, like, they want us to believe that they were abducted because they talk to anybody in stores. He says that they'll go to anybody. She says they talk to everybody and they're super talkative, and then this here about the abduction thing. It just makes me feel like that's what she wants people to believe.
We had people text me saying that they weren't aware, someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's just they have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful. But there's
Good point,
always,
Daisy.
in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds. And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
The word sorrow is usually used to describe grief for the dead, not to express hope for missing kids' return. Daniel also began.
I kind of thought that too, Noel, and parents do too. Most parents, but I guess not. It's kind of wild, though, don't you think? I truly do.
Speaking about the kids in past tense. Jack just loved bugs and dinosaurs. Lily loved girly things.
Lily and Jack are awesome kids, very, very kind. They'll talk to anyone. They want to go with anyone. There's just...
There it is again. They talk to anyone. They want to go with anyone. What he says next is very strange, too. And I don't know if it's just the wording that bugged me a little bit, but if you offer them food or water or even candy, they'll go. I was just like, that's a little off to me, but it could just be maybe he doesn't know how to explain that. I don't know. It could be. It could be.
Looking to have as much fun as they can. Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, anything like that. But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack, bugs. They're like best friends, not just brother and sister.
Even more disturbing was how Daniel described the kids in the context of kidnapping. Instead of emotional appeals for their return, he explained how easily they could be taken. They're easy to take. If they made it to the road, they would get in any car if offered food, water, or even candy. When searches resumed on May 17th, Daniel's language became even more revealing. I really hope they find something. I'm grateful for each and every one of them spending time here.
I'm out here still searching, still fighting to try to find them. That's all I can do.
The message is still, if anyone knows anything.
If anybody knows anything, just come forward as soon as possible. 2 little kids are still out there. I want to find them. That's really all I can do. Still searching every day. I'm waiting for information. I have to let them do a lot of their stuff with the aircrafts and everything else, and dogs and searchers. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be coordinated, and I can't just go running through the woods. I want to, but I just can't right now because the search is just so far out.
Using the word something instead of them was a red flag. Parents search for their kids. Investigators search for something. On Saturday, Daniel expressed gratitude for search efforts. I just hope for something positive, a positive outcome that brings the kids home. That's the main goal here. It's just to find the truth. Using the word truth instead of kids was disturbing. By May 9th, RCMP's underwater recovery.
That's a good point too, Nellie. The context that it's in, I agree.
Recovery team was searching lakes around Lansdowne Station but found nothing. Deploying the underwater team meant police were seriously considering the possibility that the kids could have drowned or that their bodies could have been placed in water. A makeshift memorial was forming near the nearby RCMP detachment in Stellarton, where a large white teddy bear and bouquet of flowers could be seen. The community was already mourning kids who were still listed as missing. On May 13th, a moment happened that many experts consider one of the most telling in the entire case. RCMP corrected the spelling.
Great points, guys. This is why I love you guys. You guys are such critical thinkers and you break it all down. I love that. Good point, CZ.
Of Lily's name in a press release at 3:04 in the afternoon. The agency had previously spelled her name as Lilly. This seemingly minor fact was actually deeply scary.
Hey, Heather.
After 11 days of intensive investigation, after thousands of hours of searching, police still didn't know how to spell a missing child's name correctly. This spoke to a basic breakdown in communication between the family and investigators. By May 15th, investigators had identified 35 people for formal interviews, focusing on community members and others with direct connections to the siblings. More than 180 tips had been received, though many were deemed useless. The RCMP team included specialized personnel from multiple units, particularly major crime and forensic experts. On May 17th, searches resumed with more than 100 searchers from 5 different search and rescue teams. Amy Hansen, one of the search managers, explained the resumption of the operation. We wanted to come back with fresh people and cover more areas because we haven't resolved the situation.
I agree, MB, but if they are autistic, that could be part of why, maybe. You know what I mean? He might be a little behind in that aspect, but truly I do agree that that's not a really good thing.
Yet. By Sunday, May 18th, more than 115 volunteer searchers participated in the searches. They focused on specific areas around Gairloch Road, but Hansen was already preparing the public for another.
That's a good point too, Noel. It could have been because they said it was a pull-up, and that, like I said, it could be.
Disappointment. We don't anticipate continuing tomorrow. By Sunday evening, RCMP confirmed that the ground search was complete, at least for now. Investigators and search managers were reviewing and assessing the weekend searches to determine their next steps. But everyone knew the next steps would involve not search and rescue, but preparation for a criminal investigation. As the case attracted international attention, online speculation became so intense that it required legal intervention. Canadian lawyers began warning the public.
That's what I said, Elizabeth. That sure as hell did look like a wolf to me, but just saying. That's what I was just saying. Autism can cause kids to be delayed in potty training. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking too, Alicia. If he was in the pull-ups and stuff due to his autism, if the autism is a thing for them, that could exactly delay a lot of things.
About potential legal consequences of spreading rumors on the internet. Since the kids went missing, social media had been full of speculation, accusations, and theories directed at family members. Under Nova Scotia's Cyber Protection Act, civil lawsuits can be filed against alleged harassers. Bus driver Brian Ward continued driving past the white trailer on Gairloch Road every day. Every day the kids on the bus looked out the window. Did they find Jack and Lily? They asked the bus driver every afternoon.
I'd be curious to know that myself, WB. He requested one. She never said a word that we know of, but I don't know if they were even given them yet, but he did request it. So I'd like to know how they turned out.
Not yet, Ward told the kids. Police are doing everything they can. Lily and Jack's seat, in the front to the right, remained empty, with their name tags still taped above it since April 29th, when Ward last dropped them off at the.
It was claimed that they saw his vehicle, I believe, Jacob, and supposedly that his phone pinged in that area again that morning. That was the fact part of it, that his phone pinged there again that morning, supposedly. Then some other rumors came out that his car was spotted again that day. I don't know about that one, but hopefully that answers it. With the moments off kilter, I would have to be hot. Yeah, there was no emotion whatsoever. You see what I'm saying? Me, myself, and I think everybody hit on that with her. It's just a very strange interview. One of the weirdest ones I've ever seen. What was your question again, Matt, about the Facebook stuff earlier? I'm sorry, I missed it. Let me go back here. Maybe if I missed it, Matt, I'm sorry. Or if you could re-ask it, my apologies. I'm just trying to follow everything here.
The end of their dirt driveway after school. In the house, kids' drawings still hung on the kitchen walls. Lily's work about her mom. My mom makes cupcakes, plays with toys, and watches movies. I love my mom. And Jack's red painting of a bug. When journalists photographed the house after they disappeared, these family artifacts looked like ghostly reminders of a life that had suddenly stopped.
Good point,
Kids' toys dotted the woods just feet from the house, creating a surreal picture of playtime frozen in time. Madison Spears, a neighbor who lives about a kilometer up.
Yeah, she did do that. She took every picture that had Daniel in it off of that, then posted all of her kids' pictures back in there and brought it back up. So, and she hasn't really been active on it at all since.
The road and grew up with Daniel, said her 3-year-old daughter had attended birthday parties with Lily and Jack. To think that
that's what we've been saying, me, myself, and I, is that any parent would probably have to be drug off that property, not knowing where the kids were, if they truly went missing from that property, unless you already knew something, in my opinion. A lot of us have said that. So yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's very true, Noel. Very true. We have 3 teachers in this community that are amazing people. So it can, LL. That's very true.
That kids are lost in the woods is just heartbreaking, she said. This is hitting really close to home. Really close to home. The atmosphere in Lansdowne Station became increasingly grim with each passing day. Robert Parker, the municipality of Pictou Warden, said,
Well, thank you, Ann, but the searchers have searched really hard for 6 full days. They've combed that area back and forth. They had dogs, they had drones, they had helicopters. People around here, I think, are generally in agreement that they've done everything they could possibly do to find these 2 little ones. And so it's not a surprise today to anybody. I don't think that this has been scaled back. We knew we're going to have to accept this sooner or later. And today was the day. And I think the words of Staff Sergeant Curtis McKinnon there saying, we're not going away. We're not going to give up until we bring little Jack and little Lily home. I think that means a lot to people, that they're still going to keep looking for these little ones until they bring them home. I tried to stay out of the way, to tell you the truth, Ian, because as a county council, our job is to provide funding to the search and rescue teams, to the RCMP, to the firefighters, and then let the experts do their job, and they've done it well. A lot of conversation takes place in this county where it doesn't very quickly go to the little ones, and people's thoughts and on what might have or could have happened and all of that. But there's an old saying, that it takes a village to raise a child. Well, right now, all of Pictou County is that village. And we feel like we've seen the faces on TV, and we've seen so much that we feel like these children are ours, all of Pictou County. And it's not happening. It's human nature to say, well, what did happen? And suspicions arise and whatnot. I think as long as people keep in mind not to be nasty and not to be mean and not to say things that may have no truth to them at all, that's very hurtful, and that can hurt a lot of people. I just keep reminding people that keep it within yourself if you have some thoughts, or you and your partner or whatever, but don't go spreading it online and in public when you don't know whether it's true or not. You can just hurt a lot of people. What we all need to remember at this time is be kind. Be kind to each other, be kind to the family, not saying things that you don't know whether they're true or not.
The comparison to an industrial disaster that claimed 26 lives emphasized the depth of emotional impact the disappearance had on the community. As weeks turned into months without any trace of the kids, various theories began emerging about what might have happened. The official police position was that the kids wandered from the house into dense woods, but experts pointed to multiple problems with this theory. Kids their age rarely go so far from home, and the complete absence of traces was statistically impossible. Daniel publicly promoted the kidnapping theory, calling for expanding the search zone to provincial borders and airports. But police stated there was no evidence of kidnapping, and no Amber Alert was issued. Some suggested the kids might have fallen into water or had another accident. This would explain the underwater searches, but wouldn't explain the complete absence of bodies or items. The darkest theory, whispered online and hinted at by experts, was that the kids were killed by someone in the family. The early involvement of the major crime unit, strange behavior by parents, and multiple contradictions supported this theory. By the end of May 2025, the case of Lily and Jack Sullivan had become what experts called a never-seen-before case that goes against typical patterns of missing kids investigations. Every aspect of the case violated established patterns. The major crime unit got involved on the third day, a 48-hour hole in observations before they disappeared, contradictory medical diagnoses of the kids, the silent door and 20 minutes of impossible actions, family breakdown within 24 hours, complete absence of traces despite massive searches, strange objects in the woods not belonging to the kids, linguistic weird things in parents' language. Staff Sergeant Curtis Mackinnon said in a press release, "We continue to work day and night on this case. Like all Nova Scotians, we want answers and want to know what happened to these kids." But with each passing day, it became clear that the answers lay not in Nova Scotia's dense woods, but in the contradictory stories of the family, time holes, and strange behavior.
I feel the same way, Demon. I do. I have felt that way for a while.
Behavior of those who allegedly loved the kids most. The case that began as a search for two missing kids had turned into an investigation of what could be one of the most cunning crimes in modern Canadian history. In an era of surveillance cameras, GPS tracking, and constant communication, Lily and Jack Sullivan dissolved into thin air as completely as if they had never existed. And while pink ribbons flutter on tree branches around Lansdowne Station, while kids' drawings yellow on the walls of an empty house, while name tags hang over empty bus seats, one terrifying truth becomes increasingly obvious. In the case of Lily and Jack Sullivan, reality itself has become suspicious. The kids didn't just go missing. They disappeared into a...
No, the closest neighbor is like 18 miles away. Something like that, I think. There's no other kids in that close local vicinity. This is really truly out in the middle of absolute nowhere.
Weird thing so deep that it challenged the most basic laws of physics and logic. And while experts continue to call it never seen before and statistically impossible, families, friends, and an entire community were left to think about a question that has no answer. What happened to Lily and Jack Sullivan on the morning of May 2nd, 2025? The mystery remains unsolved, the weird thing unexplained, and the truth buried somewhere in Nova Scotia's dense woods, where pink ribbons still flutter in the wind as silent witnesses that some mysteries are too deep for human understanding. I just wanted to say a big thank you to everyone who watched this video all the way through. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this case in the comments, and please don't forget to subscribe to my channel. I'd also like to send...
And I'll be honest with you guys, I have a very, very bad feeling that this is going to turn cold. I mean, like cold. Like Sebastian Summers cases, I feel that it's going to do that. And it bothers me. It really does, because I just have a bad feeling about this. So, sorry, guys. All right, on we go. We've been hitting this for most of the show. I can't let go of this case, guys. It bothers the hell out of me. Really bad, bothers me. I would love to get some kind of an answer to this. Really would. All right, let's see here. Let me give you guys some of these crazy, where is it at? Yeah, let's jump up in here for a minute. Oh, wait a minute. All right. Gotta love these, you guys. They're always a bunch of fun. No, wrong thing there. Hold on. There we go. Nope. Why does it keep doing this? Here it is. I think. Yep, and it's gone. I can't work this to save my damn life. There it is. Good God. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Man tries to sneak burger filled with pills into jail. You guys gotta love these. He was visiting his wife in jail. He's facing charges after pills were found in the cheeseburger he was trying to bring into the building. Red Bay police said Janet Jackson told the Times Daily of Florence Monday that 31-year-old Timothy Lee Thompson of Red Bay is charged with promoting prison contraband and could face additional charges. Lieutenant Scotty Bluey says oxycodone pills were found between the two patties in a burger Thompson brought in with him to city jail. Thompson had recently been released from jail on charges of theft deception. It's unclear if Thompson had an attorney, and a phone number wasn't listed for him. Ding, 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 ding. Quite smart. Quite smart. Such ding-dongs, I swear. A couple of these are interesting. Oh, this one's great. Check this out. This is too funny to me. What I want to know is why it took so long. You'll see why. Indian prisoner hires a stand-in at $5 a day. In New Delhi, a criminal suspect hired a stand-in who surrendered to the police, was arrested and spent 3 weeks locked up before the trick was discovered, news reports said Friday. Athan was wanted in a case of cattle smuggling in Uttar Pradesh's Etah district. He paid Miyan 300 rupees, about $4.8 a day, to stay at his place. The Times of India newspaper reported both men were identified only by their first names. Miyahan, a daily wage laborer who earns half the amount a day when he gets work, agreed and surrendered to the police, was presented in court and put into pretrial detention, police said. After he spent 3 weeks locked up during one of his court appearances, his wife told officials in the district they had the wrong man. Ahsan played a trick. He sent Mayan to court in his place with a fake ID in response to a summons, said Senior Superintendent of Police S.K. Verma. Ahsan had told Mayan, I had these names, I'm sorry, that he would get him out on bail soon, but the plans were spoilt by the wife's disclosure, Verma said. The fake criminal was sent back to jail on new charges of aiding a criminal, but the original suspect is still on the run, police said. Wow. All right. Jacob, if there were other involved in Idaho 4, what could be the motive, in my opinion? I don't believe this was random. Oh, it's definitely not random. There was a reason. To cover something up, possibly, Jacob. Or to get vengeance on people for some other situation, in my opinion. Just saying. That's crazy, you guys. Oh, this one's funny, too. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. You gotta love people's sense of humors. Man dismissed from jury duty for wearing a prisoner costume. James Lowe of Barnett says he was released from jury duty when he showed up wearing a black and white striped jumpsuit with a matching beanie. This was in Vermont. He has escaped jury duty by getting dismissed for wearing a prisoner costume. He showed up and joined the other prospective jurors before the start of selecting process. Deputies directed him to an empty courtroom to meet with the judge, who told him to leave. Lowe says the judge told him he could have been found in contempt. That could have meant a fine or jail time. Lowe said the juror instructions don't restrict clothing, but that he's happy to be released because of his work schedule and family obligations. So he did it on purpose, truly believing that he was going to get dumped. You know what I mean? That is too funny to me. I love it. Love it. Love it. Let's see. What do we got next? Oh, ew. Trigger warning on this one, y'all. This is gross. It's gross. It's gross, 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 gross. California man eats his own feces while on trial for bank robbery. A man accused of bank robbery supported his insanity plea while he ate his own feces while on the witness stand. Andrew Gilbertson claimed the Virgin Mary told him to do it. Gilbertson is charged with robbing a St. Louis Obispo bank in 2013, which Gilbertson alleges that the Virgin Mary told him also to do. Gilbertson reached into his own pants, removed waste, and began eating it while on the stand. Judge Donald Umper called for a recess. A mental health expert later testified that he saw Gilbertson hitting his head to remove voices. He has been previously convicted of sexual assault. Jesus. That's just nasty. Sorry. Completely disgusting. And then we got another one like this. Dog waste, huh? Man rolls in dog waste to try to avoid arrest, and the plan fails. Let's see. Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Police said a Pennsylvania man dropped to the ground and rolled around in dog waste to avoid being arrested for public drunkenness, but he was taken into custody anyway. Officers came upon 45-year-old Maurice Franklin early Monday after he jumped into traffic. They believe he was under the influence of drugs or alcohol. They say he slurred his words and at first claimed that he was walking erratically to avoid stepping in the dog feces on the sidewalk. But when officers tried to arrest him, police say he laid down in the waste and told authorities they couldn't arrest him because he was covered in feces. Franklin couldn't immediately be reached for comment. Court records don't list a lawyer for him. Wow. These people are insane, y'all. Completely insane. Let me see. I think that's it for today. Yeah, that's it. We're good on those crazy, crazy ass people. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yes, Nutella. You ain't lying. All right, let's see here. Good Lord. I swear to God, it takes all types. Also, one moment here. I had somebody else sent me something else about. One second here. Some crazy stuff in the news. Where's it at? Hang on. Where'd it go? It was just sent to me this morning. Is it buried? Let me see. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Bear with me, guys. You think so, Josie? Maybe, maybe. Oh, no, that's not it. 1 second. No way. Let's see here. All right, well, while I'm looking for this other thing, I'm going to put these up anyway because I've been running these too. Sorry, guys. I was muted for a minute. All right, I got a couple of these cold cases I've been running for you guys here. We're about done for the day. I ran a little longer on Jack and Lily than I should have, but again. All right, let's see what we got here. There's just a couple quick cold cases to keep them heated back up, and then we'll be getting to some Good Samaritans, Lapinal, and out the door we go, guys. Not much longer here.
Berea, Kentucky, a small town nestled in the heart of Madison County, known for its arts and crafts, its Appalachian heritage, and its tight-knit community. But in June of 2013, a summer night would end in flames and silence, leaving a family shattered and a town gripped by unanswered questions. This is the story of 18-year-old Brooklyn May Farthing. In the early summer of 2013, Brooklyn Farthing had just graduated from Madison Southern High School. With her long blonde hair, bright smile, and vivacious spirit, she was the kind of girl who lit up every room she walked into. Brooklyn, or Brooke as her friends called her, was known for being friendly, bubbly, and full of life. She loved animals, country living, four-wheeling, and hanging out with her friends and family. Like many teenagers just out of high school, she was at a crossroads considering college, maybe taking a little time off first, just enjoying that fleeting moment between childhood and adulthood. Friday, June 21st, 2013, started like any other summer day. Brooklyn and her younger sister Paige had both taken their driver's tests that morning. Later that afternoon, they celebrated their grandfather's birthday. That evening, Brooklyn was invited to a party, one of several going on in the area that weekend.
You too, Josie.
She headed out with Paige, a cousin, and a few friends to a gathering in the Red Lick area of Berea, off Dillon Court, not far from the city limits. It would be the last time her family would ever see her. Brooklyn arrived at the party with her overnight bag, expecting to spend the night at a friend's house. But at some point during the night, things didn't go as planned. There was a disagreement between Brooklyn and the female friend she had intended to stay with. The friend left the party early, leaving Brooklyn behind with several other guests, most of whom gradually trickled out as the night wore on. Around 2 a.m., Brooklyn left with two men, one of whom was 23-year-old Josh Hensley. They allegedly went to a nearby horse farm where Josh kept animals. According to accounts, one of the men had been drinking and was dropped off. Brooklyn remained with Josh and returned to his house on Dillon Court around 4 a.m. The home Josh was staying in was run down, foreclosed, and lacking basic utilities, no electricity, no running water. He claimed he was in the process of moving out. It was in this house, dark, powerless, and isolated, that Brooklyn made several desperate phone calls and sent a series of increasingly alarming text messages. Brooklyn first called her younger sister Paige, asking if their cousin could come pick her up. But Paige had been drinking earlier that evening and was unable to drive. During this call, Paige noted that Brooklyn sounded normal, no sense of panic or distress. But what came next was deeply concerning. Not long after, Brooklyn texted her ex-fiancé, Jared, who was working a night shift at the time. She asked him for a ride and arranged for him to pick her up once he got off work. Then came 3 chilling messages in quick succession. Dash, can you come get me? Dash, please hurry. I'm scared. Shortly after those urgent pleas, one final text was sent from Brooklyn's phone at 5:30 a.m. It read, "Never mind, I'm okay. I'm going to a party in Rockcastle County." But Jared and later investigators would come to believe that Brooklyn never sent that last message. It was out of character. It made no sense. She had just been begging for someone to come get her. Why would she suddenly be calm and go into a new party at sunrise in a different county? The Farthing family believes, wholeheartedly, that the final text was sent by someone else. Someone who didn't want anyone looking for Brooklyn. According to Josh, he left the house shortly after 6 a.m. to tend to his horses. He said Brooklyn was sitting on the couch smoking when he left. When he returned around 7 a.m., the couch was on fire and Brooklyn was gone. He called 911. The fire department responded and quickly extinguished the blaze, which had been mostly contained to the couch itself. The couch had burned intensely, leaving a large hole in the floor beneath it. But curiously, the rest of the house showed minimal damage. Fire officials later ruled the blaze as suspicious. Brooklyn's boots, her purse, her overnight bag, and some of her clothes were still in the house. Only her phone was missing. To her family, that made no sense. Brooklyn never went anywhere without her things. If she left, even just to another room, she'd carry her purse and phone with her. The fact that all her belongings were still there, but she was not, was the clearest sign something had gone terribly wrong. And so began the nightmare. When Brooklyn failed to show up for a family outing at a car show in Somerset later that morning, her family began to worry. At first, they thought maybe her phone had died. Maybe she was still sleeping off a long night. But as the day went on and no one heard from her, panic set in. Her older sister, Tasha, got Josh's number from a friend and called him. Josh claimed Brooklyn had talked about going to a party in Rockcastle County before he left. When Tasha pressed him for more details, his responses were vague. He called her again later to say the house had caught fire and that Brooklyn had left everything behind except her phone. The Farthing family immediately knew something was wrong. On June 23rd, Brooklyn's mother officially filed a missing persons report with Kentucky State Police. Within days, an extensive search began. Law enforcement, volunteers, and family members launched an enormous search across Berea and the surrounding areas. Helicopters scanned the woods and hills. 9 units swept through thick brush. Divers searched lakes and ponds. Even horseback search teams were deployed to comb the rural trails and forested areas around Floyd Branch Road and Red Lick. Brooklyn's phone pinged a few times in the days following her disappearance, each time from a tower near Blue Lick Road, just minutes from the house on Dillon Court. But after June 25th, the phone went completely dark. Despite thousands of man-hours and over 16,000 acres searched, no trace of Brooklyn was found. No witnesses came forward.
Yeah, Kim, it was. And there were some trails, but not, they covered them all of them. That's true too, Kim. Jacob. That's interesting, Jacob. Very interesting. Very interesting. Good point.
No sightings were confirmed. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Her disappearance gripped the community. Posters were printed. Billboards went up. A $14,000 reward was offered. The Farthing family pleaded with the public. If anyone knew anything, now was the time to speak up. But no answers came. Josh, the man who owned the house on Dillon Court, the last known person to see Brooklyn, quickly became a focus of suspicion. His story raised more questions than it answered. According to him, he left his own home shortly after 5 a.m. to tend to horses, leaving Brooklyn alone on the couch, smoking a cigarette. When he returned around 7 a.m., the couch was on fire and Brooklyn was gone. His account had holes. The home had no utilities, no running water, no electricity, and had been in foreclosure. So how did the fire start? He suggested that Brooklyn may have accidentally started it with a cigarette. But why would she leave everything behind? And more importantly, if the fire began while she was smoking, why was there no sign of her injury or escape? Did she run? Was she taken? Did she even leave the couch at all? The fire burned intensely, but it was oddly selective. It destroyed the couch nearly down to the floorboards. Investigators called it suspicious. There was no evidence of an electrical fault. It couldn't have been, given that the power had been shut off for weeks. The implication was clear. Someone started the fire deliberately, perhaps to destroy evidence. And Josh, he claimed he didn't see her again after he left. But he was the only person known to have been with her at the time she disappeared. Between 4 o'clock and 5:30 a.m., Brooklyn's cell phone sent a string of increasingly frantic messages. "Can you hurry? Please hurry. I'm scared." These were desperate words. They suggested something had gone very wrong. Brooklyn was afraid. She needed to get out of there. Then suddenly, at 5:30 a.m., a final message. "Never mind, I'm okay. I'm going to a party in Rockcastle County." Her family didn't buy it. They knew Brooklyn. That text didn't sound like her, not in tone, not in timing, not in sense. Rockcastle County was a rural stretch of land southeast of Berea, and there was no known party happening there that night. Investigators were never able to verify the existence of such a gathering. It seemed fabricated, perhaps typed by someone trying to buy time or throw off suspicion. Brooklyn's ex-fiancé, Jared, the one she'd contacted earlier asking for a ride, responded to her texts with concern. But she never answered him again. If she truly was okay and headed to another party, why would she go completely silent? The family, Kentucky State Police, and even the FBI began to consider the possibility that Brooklyn hadn't sent that last message at all, that someone else had her phone and Brooklyn was already gone. In the days following her disappearance, Brooklyn's phone pinged a few more times off a cell tower in the Blue Lick area, just 7-10 minutes from Dillon Court. The ping stopped entirely by June 25th, 3 days later. Police could not determine the exact location of the phone due to limitations in triangulation, but they knew it stayed nearby. Despite the limited tech resources available to local law enforcement, they continued to push forward. Ground and air searches commenced. Helicopters swept across miles of farmland and wooded hills. Search dogs scoured paths. On horseback and foot, teams searched creeks, ravines, and abandoned outbuildings. Dive teams probed lakes and ponds. But no trace of Brooklyn was found. Over 16,000 acres were combed in one of the most extensive missing person searches in Kentucky history. But the land was thick, tangled, and sprawling, prime terrain for concealing secrets. By July 2013, just a few weeks after Brooklyn vanished, law enforcement officially suspended the ground search. There was simply nothing left to search without new leads. As time passed, speculation grew. Online forums and Facebook groups dedicated to the case buzzed with theories, some grounded, others wild. Here were the leading ideas. 1. Brooklyn left willingly. Then something happened. Some suggested that Brooklyn did indeed leave the house that morning, intending to go to another location, possibly a real party or meeting someone. Perhaps she ran into trouble afterward, met with foul play at the hands of a stranger. But this theory never held much weight with her family or investigators. Brooklyn wasn't the type to vanish without a word. She was close with her family, especially her sisters. She would have reached out, and she wouldn't have left her boots, her bag, and everything she owned. 2. Josh was responsible. Many, if not most, of those who followed the case closely believe that Josh, the last known person to see her, knows more than he said. His story was never fully corroborated. The fire seemed staged. The "I'm going to party" text seemed like an obvious attempt at misdirection. He has never been charged with anything related to Brooklyn's case, and police have never named him a suspect publicly. But the circumstantial suspicions surrounding him have lingered for years. 3. A larger trafficking operation. There were whispers early on about human trafficking. Berea is located near I-75, a major north-south highway that runs from Michigan to Florida and is known as a trafficking corridor. Could someone have taken Brooklyn and move her out of the area quickly? It was a chilling possibility, but there was no concrete evidence, no confirmed sightings, just speculation and desperation. Brooklyn's family has never given up. Her mother, sisters, and extended relatives continue to hold out hope for answers. In particular, Brooklyn's older sister Tasha has become a powerful voice, pushing for awareness and keeping the case in the public eye. She's described Brooklyn as someone who was high-spirited, full of life, and fiercely protective of her family. Someone who wouldn't just walk away. Over the years, the family has raised reward money, distributed flyers, spoken to news outlets, and urged investigators to keep going. The Kentucky State Police maintain that the case is open and active. But as of today, nearly a dozen years later, there have been no arrests, no confirmed sightings, no remains recovered. One of the most haunting details of this case is that couch, the epicenter of the fire that day. It's often referred to in online discussions as the smoking gun. Some believe that something terrible happened to Brooklyn on that couch, that her attacker tried to burn away the evidence. But no forensics have ever confirmed or denied it. The mystery remains. Berea is a small town. In a place like this, people remember. They remember where they were when Brooklyn vanished. They remember the heartbreak, and they remember the silence that followed. Brooklyn's disappearance shook the community. Many who knew her still speak of her in the present tense. She is funny. She is bright. They haven't let go. Not yet. They shouldn't have to. Brooklyn Farthing was more than a headline. She was someone's daughter, someone's sister, someone's best friend. She had dreams and plans. She wanted to go to cosmetology school. She loved four-wheeling and fishing and bonfires. She had a life ahead of her, and then she was gone. Her case remains unsolved. But someone knows something. Someone always does. If you have any information about the disappearance of Brooklyn Farthing, please contact the Kentucky State Police. Post 7 at 623-2404 or submit a tip via their official tip line. Even the smallest detail could change everything. Until then, her name will still be spoken, her face still seen on flyers, and her family will never stop asking the question, where is Brooklyn Farthing? In the rolling hills and tight-knit community of Brooksville, Kentucky, life in 1997 moved at a slower pace. The town, nestled within Bracken County, held a population of less than 700, and it was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, or thought they did. It was also the kind of place where a person vanishing into thin air was unthinkable. But on the night of October 21st, 1997, that's exactly what happened. 17-year-old Erica Lee Frazier was a high school senior, a straight-A student, and by all outward appearances, a young woman with a bright and steady future. She lived in nearby Germantown, about 10 miles south of Brooksville, with her mother and younger brother. Described as shy but friendly, Erica had a close circle of friends, a steady boyfriend, and aspirations to attend Northern Kentucky University after graduation to pursue a degree in accounting. She had just requested more hours at her part-time job at Carota's Pizza in Augusta and had been planning her next steps into adulthood. But within 24 hours of her last known sighting, Erica's path took a dark and uncertain turn, one that remains cloaked in mystery nearly 3 decades later. On the evening of October 21st, 1997, Erica met up with friends at a local hangout, the Video and Tan in Brooksville. It wasn't much, but in a town as small as Brooksville, the combination video rental store and tanning salon served as a de facto meeting place for local teens. Somewhere between 9 o'clock and 10 p.m., Erica was last seen talking with friends, socializing as she often did. One of the last people known to have seen her that night was a 20-year-old acquaintance named Shane Simcox. He told investigators that Erica had given him a ride home, dropping him off around 9 p.m. That simple ride, however, would soon come under scrutiny. When Erica failed to return home that night, her family was immediately alarmed. Her car, a black four-door 1988 Pontiac Bonneville, it was gone, and her bed had not been slept in. By the following morning, concern had escalated to panic. A search was quickly organized. On October 22nd, less than 24 hours after she was last seen, Erica's car was located abandoned in a field off Franks Lane, a secluded rural area roughly a mile from the video and tan. It was an odd location, quiet, off the beaten path, and surrounded by hay bales. Even more strange were the contents inside the car. Her purse, wallet, cash, and checkbook were still in the vehicle. The car was unlocked, but there was no sign of struggle, no broken glass, no blood, and no sign of Erica. Her keys were missing from the vehicle at first, but they were later discovered across the road, lying underneath a pile of leaves. Why they were there, discarded or hidden, remains a mystery. From the outset, investigators found no evidence to suggest that Erica had run away. She hadn't taken any clothes, money, or essentials. She didn't have a driver's license and hadn't made arrangements with any friends or family that would suggest she was planning to leave. While she had argued recently with a close friend and had started associating with a rougher crowd, nothing in her behavior indicated that she intended to disappear. The day after her disappearance, her loved ones posted flyers and knocked on doors. A wave of unease spread through Brooksville, a community unaccustomed to such grim uncertainties. Authorities quickly narrowed their focus to two individuals who had either been with or near Erica the night she vanished. The first, a man whose name was never publicly released, became the subject of early suspicion. However, he was soon ruled out. His alibi checked out, and he was cleared of any involvement. Years later, however, that same man would make headlines for an entirely different reason. In a shocking twist, he fatally shot his wife before turning the gun on himself. This left some in the community questioning whether investigators had dismissed him too quickly in Erica's case. Still, law enforcement reiterated that the man had been fully cleared and was no longer a person of interest when he died. The more enduring person of interest, however, was Shane Simcox, the last known person to have seen Erica alive. Simcox, who was 20 at the time, had a troubled history. He had previously been expelled from Bracken County High School for threatening a teacher and her daughter. He also had a criminal record that included burglary. When questioned by investigators about his interaction with Erica that night, he stated that she dropped him off at his house at 9 p.m., and that was the last time he saw her. Simcox refused to take a polygraph test. While polygraph results are not admissible in court, his refusal did little to ease suspicions. The lack of cooperation raised red flags for investigators and the community alike. Still, no physical evidence tied Simcox to Erica's disappearance, and without a confession or a body, there was little more law enforcement could do. Simcox continued to maintain his innocence over the years. Despite being labeled a person of interest, he was never formally charged. In the years that followed, Erica's case went cold. With no physical evidence, no crime scene, and no witnesses, investigators were left with a haunting question mark. Her family clung to hope, launching awareness campaigns and appealing to the public for tips, but nothing substantial ever surfaced. By the early 2000s, the trail had grown cold. Her parents, heartbreak etched into their lives, passed away before ever getting the answers they so desperately sought. To this day, the disappearance of Erica Frasure remains one of Kentucky's most haunting unsolved mysteries. Despite the decades that have passed, law enforcement still classifies her as a missing person, not a homicide victim. The distinction is important. It means that unless new information comes forward, a tip, a confession, a discovery, her case may remain in limbo indefinitely.
All right, so I'm just gonna run those two for today. We gotta shorten some stuff up. Yeah, very good point, Ginger, on that one for sure. So still wanted to put some out there. I didn't get to run as many, but like I said, I spent a little extra time on that, and that was out of Kentucky, guys. We did Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, and Kentucky now. I have to start hitting south here soon. So, all right, guys. Grab your box of tissues. Let's see what good Samaritans we got going out here today. They're not all reasons to cry, though, so we'll see. Just 1 minute here. One minute. Where is it at? We're almost there. Almost there.
The world needs more people like this biker. Do you think we could have him cloned?
You okay? Where's your house? You want me to push you? I'll push you there. There you go, big step. Look back. Nice. Oh, look at the cat.
A black bear in a pretty sticky situation.
There you go. You're okay.
Sometimes all you can do is hitchhike. For a super fan like this, holding the cup is a very big deal.
Unreal! You're the best. You are the best. Unreal. Yeah! Woo! Give it a kiss. Yes!
Whether you're a golden retriever, a manatee, or a human, we're all on this planet together.
Absolutely, Noel. That's the whole point.
This
And I'm
man
glad
spends
they
his
work.
time entertaining senior citizens. And as you can see, his performances always go down well. After 24 years apart, this man surprised his sister by flying home from Germany. No one appreciates a cold one on a hot day quite like a farmer. Celebrated with his team, but this was his first port of call. After a show of strength like this, there should always be a show of respect.
Respect from both of these guys as well. There's nothing like 25.
This flash mob of singers brought a bit of sunshine into the day of some stressed out airport users.
What's up, Crit Dex? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're having a great day, sir.
This man is clearly well known for helping out his local community. Everyone deserves a visit from a guardian angel every now and then.
Are you not the man I spoke about on TV that goes around giving people money? I don't know, but if I'm him, may God bless you. And God loves you. And I wish all the best we can try.
I think some of these are blended with some we've seen already, so they are. My apologies. Right there on the screen there, Cryptex. Thanks, bub.
Something tells me that he was pretty happy about that shirt.
What do you want me to do? I have the list right here
for you. He couldn't believe his eyes. His mind was blown, and he didn't even care that the shoes might stink. Not only usual, but heroic rescue here, as a crane operator saves a man's life. It's usually people that need saving from a cobra. But what happens when it's the cobra who needs saving?
अब इसको निकलवा दो तुम।
You understand? Crowd loves it.
Overwhelming moments like this are definitely worth squirting a few tears about. This poor cat desperately needed help after getting stuck in this metal window, and luckily, help soon arrived. Random acts of kindness aren't just reserved for other humans.
No.
6 children and their teacher were stranded for 10 hours in a chairlift until these men came along. At times like these, another unfortunate seal caught up in a fishing line. Obviously, not the kind of sea life these things were designed to catch.
Okay. Let's go. You can go. Let's go. It's a pleasure.
A great show of respect between two great champions. Female face-offs can be quite different to male ones.
And it's not quite Christmas, but why not? Look at that, man. See, the women's also. Look at you. Oh, my goodness. Oh.
As we mentioned, folks, the house was a very friendly house, and they're going to hug it out.
The body was no longer willing, but the determination was stronger than ever. Giving roses to strangers? Why not?
There you go.
There you go.
It's nice when celebrities turn out to be nice. This man delivers 15 to 20 meals to the homeless each week.
Yes, sir. Hey, I brought you a box of food. Yeah, it's Panda Express. There's your fortune cookie.
A cold sport featuring warm hearts. They all wanted success, but what they really wanted was for no man to be left behind.
Rất nhanh chóng, người đồng đội của Chris Rada đã hỗ trợ kịp thời bằng việc nhường lại chiếc xe của mình để Chris Rada có thể cán đích trong top dẫn đầu.
All right, that's those for today. Like I said, not as many. Our time got cut down just because. And let's see if we can get a couple laughs in before we get out of here. Give me a minute here, guys. Like I said, hopefully they didn't bring too many tears to your face. To your eyes, I mean. All right, let's see what we got here, guys. See if we can lap a little bit and get out of here.
After 1 hour of trying to put Adam to sleep. Adam, no. Come here.
Don't write on that.
She made the French onion meatloaf. I think it's like French onion soup meatloaf. It's like a meatloaf, but it's made like French onion soup, and it's got 3 cheeses inside of it. That, mashed potatoes, gravy, and greens. That's our dinner tonight. So yeah, I'm excited.
Beckham, who's the one who poops in their pants?
You already did it.
LeBron James.
The Fitness Gram Pacer test is a multi...
Ready? Go. Let me count. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Give Caitlin a hug. Give hugs.
I wish for a new mommy. We're a happy family. I like my school. I like anything. I like my dad. I like my cousins. I like my aunts.
I took your nose.
Hey!
I got your nose.
It's mine.
Okay, here, hold this there.
Are you getting a picture or taking a video?
I'm okay.
Ready? Ready? Catch it. Here we go. Catch.
Oh, man.
Ooh. Got that one on video.
A little harder, Noah.
Oh, it's not a bite. Dance. Come down.
Dance with him.
Let me show you Uranus, okay? All right, there's Uranus right there. You see it? You see it?
Dad, where's my anus?
Come on, Tina. Come on.
Hi, hi, hi.
Keep going now. Give it to your sister. Give it to your sister. Give it to her. Give it to her. Give it to her. That was so wrong.
It's an avocado.
What is it?
Hello. How are you people?
Whee! Charlie, are you eating pizza? Is it good? Would you like a bite of my vegetables?
Say it again. Say Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
What?
Hello, no. What the beat? I'm gonna wreck
What are you doing?
My daddy has a gold tooth. Wow, gold tooth? My dad has a gold tooth. Look, my dad has diabetes.
Say hello to the camera. Huh? Say hello to the camera. Go to hell.
So which one's a bigger bragging right? My dad has diabetes or my dad has a gold tooth. Which one do you think, guys? I don't know.
coffee, Kaden. It's gonna spill. Have to sip. Have a sip, honey.
Oh, Ledger.
I got it.
It's not tight enough. Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Ready? Go. You're all right. You okay? Thank you for helping your brother.
My sandwich? Where's my sandwich go? Where's my sandwich? Where's my sandwich?
Kaden, can you say daddy?
I'm thankful for myself because I love myself.
Is it breakable?
Yep.
Are you sure you can hang it?
Yep.
All right.
Sure.
Be careful.
You like that, baby? Oh, wow. Is he cold? Oh.
You're gonna get fat. You're gonna eat so much. You're gonna get fat. Ready?
Seriously, would you believe it? This kid just... Whoa! That was crazy! How does that work?
Michael.
So, who got into the lipstick?
Not me.
All right. That's gonna do it. Like I said, I know these endings were short. We spent a lot of time on the Jack and Lily show today, but I want answers to that one, folks. I can't let it go. But anyway, we got it in. I appreciate you guys hanging through it and being here for it and supporting the channel the way you guys do. I love you guys to death. I really do. My moderators, as always, thank you so much for everything you do. The Blue Crew, couldn't do without you. I don't know if I'll be back later on, guys. It depends on what's going on back here behind me. So really appreciate you all, though. Thank you so very much. That's how I kind of felt too, Karen. So thank you for understanding. I appreciate that. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you guys very soon. Much love, folks. Bye-bye.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment a shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. See you next time.